Hey, guy. Hey, Kareem.
Yes, Guy.
Hey, how's it going?
Going good yourself?
Doing all right. So I've gotten a lot of last-minute schedule change requests, so I'm going to try to see if we can accommodate all those and squeeze it in. Let me know. Basically, just when we get to the schedule slide, that may not be accurate at the point that I had.
Yeah, that's fine. We can sort of discuss it live with everybody online, if that makes sense to you.
Oh, okay. Because the speculative page faults, basically, they've requested to be, I think, after 9:15, which would probably put them at 10:20ish or so. So I was going to
That's
just
fine.
move that.
I mean,
Okay.
I think we can just announce it and see if there are any sort of vehement objections to this sort of stuff.
All right.
John and Karim, I ran into a small snag where the chat is not showing up in the stream because it's set up differently. I can try to fix it, but it might take a few minutes. So if you really want it there, I can try to figure out a way to do that.
Whatever. When you get the chance to, I don't think it's sort of super critical in the beginning, but do you need to actually sort of not start streaming before fixing that, or can it just be done on real time?
It will just like maybe fade away for a minute and then reconnect. I just need to. I couldn't test that last night because the real room wasn't set up, and then I forgot that I actually needed to log in the user. So my own doing. Let me see if I can find a fix. I'm not committing to it, but I'll try to get it in there. Right now, it just shows the spinning circle because you're not logged in. And it was working yesterday because it just dumps you into the help desk room if it doesn't work, but we're not doing that today.
That's perfectly fine. I mean, the worst comes to worst, we'll just ask people to repeat questions, which should be sort of standard practice anyway. So, exactly. And the important thing is the discussion in this case. So I think insofar as the talking and the video recorded, we should be okay.
Yeah, that seems to be working fine. I just, yeah, that's one thing. I'll try to figure it out. I'll try to figure it out for you.
No problem. No problem. Thank you very much, by the way.
Okay, I think I've got the schedule rearranged just so it'll fit. I know other folks who are trying to get to those other sessions, they want everything kind of a little ahead of time. So.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, so let's get started here. So welcome everyone to the Android microconference BOF. So this is a follow-up to the Android microconference that we had on Wednesday. There were, as John was just mentioning, a few last-minute changes to the schedule. So if you want to take a peek at those, just trying to make everybody's constraints fit in there. So let me start by going through the same slides that we had the other day. Let me see, do I control? I do, okay. So again, thanking our sponsors here, many of them who have been longtime sponsors. So Facebook here, Diamond sponsor, Platinum sponsor, which is IBM, Gold sponsors, ARM and Microsoft, Silver sponsors, Gift sponsor, and t-shirt sponsor, conference services by Linux Foundation. And as I mentioned on Wednesday, there are sort of rules as to the way to engage in the conference. So if you find yourself uncomfortable or in some way feel that there's a situation that you don't feel is appropriate, there are proper channels to actually address this sort of issue. So myself and other folks here, as well as the committee for the conference itself. Okay, so assuming that you've attended the microconference the other day, you sort of know how this works. There's the a big blue button here, which is our primary sort of channel for talking back and forth. As usual, keep the mics off and webcams off unless you actually need them, which you're welcome to sort of unmute yourself and put the webcam on whenever you feel it works for you. There are moderators here, so you'll see them on the left-hand side as being square individuals. That means we can sort of take control from you and that sort of business if we actually have to. The slots are timed at 20 minutes each. This is just a sort of cap the conversation, and by no means is that meant to sort of stop the conversation there, but still we want to give room for everybody to have the chance to talk and discuss their topics. We do have sort of open topics as well, as you'll notice, sort of at 8 a.m. Pacific and that sort of business, unless the schedule sort of has, let me just refresh to make sure that I've got the latest version that, yeah, okay, so that's still true. So starting from 8 a.m. there are some open topics, so if your early topic doesn't sort of fit in the 20-minute slot, then we'll just sort of overflow into one of those and we can sort of dynamically reorganize some of those things. So presumably there are no slides today because everybody sort of did their presentation on Wednesday, which doesn't preclude you from bringing up some slides if that is appropriate. Right, so a few minutes before, as you've seen me do, I'll sort of remind you that you've got 5 minutes, 3 minutes, whatever it is, and so that we can move on to future topics. So I would encourage you to take a look at the updated schedule, which John just updated right before the bell here. So you do want to go check that out, make sure that it still works for you. We know that some folks are planning to attend other topics elsewhere, microconferences, whatever it is that you've got on the other side there. So do take a look, just make sure that it works for you. And if there are any showstoppers, then I think this right now would be the appropriate time to let us know so that we can see if we can make room for adjustments for your specific case. Other than that, I think I've pretty much covered it all. John, did I forget anything here?
I don't believe so.
Okay, excellent. So then I think the first topic that we have at hand is uClamp C group usage changes. And so I encourage those folks to sort of just go ahead and take control here. I'll close my webcam and mic, and you guys are free to go.
Cool, thank you very much. So I guess maybe to start the discussion, what I can do is remind the issue we were seeing with the uclamp max aggregation, which we started to discuss during the microconference. And so the problem we are seeing is imagine we have a background task that is running alone on a CPU, and we have a max clamp value set to something pretty low for that task. In that case, it is likely that that task will be running at a low frequency point. That's kind of pretty much the point. And that means the task will run for a very long time. And I guess to some extent, because of the time scaling stuff we have in Pelt nowadays, the util average of that task is likely to exceed the current capacity of the CPU up to potentially something really high, 1024. It can even stay there pretty much forever. But as long as the task is alone on the CPU, scale-util, for instance, will just see the clamped value and continue to select low frequency points, and we are happy, everything is working fine. But the moment we have an unclamped task that is queued on the same run queue, then the utilization of the run queue, the util average of the run queue becomes the sum of the util average of the two tasks that are now runnable, and the max clamp of the run queue is the max of the clamps of the tasks on the run queue. And so if that second task is, I don't know, let's say it's a random kernel thread or some top-up task or whatever, anything that doesn't have a max clamp, the max clamp of the run queue is completely released, and the utilization of the background task becomes visible all of a sudden, which will cause scale-util to just select the max frequency. And I think I need to check, but I think we would the CPU is also likely to cross the over-utilized threshold at that point, which means it will re-enable the load balancer, go to max frequency, mess up the task placement, everything goes wrong, which is really sad and extremely suboptimal, to the point where, you know, there are cases where we're probably better off not using uclamp max at all, because, you know, if you don't use uclamp max on the background task and it is not too big, then maybe the natural utilization of that task is not extremely high, and so we would avoid those jumps to max frequency and re-enabling the load balancer and all that stuff. So we can have cases where uclamp max is actively harming power consumption, which is counterintuitive, I would say. So I guess what I hope we can discuss today is, you know, what will be the solution to that problem and how we could rework the uclamp max aggregation stuff to make that behave in a way that is a little bit more you know, usable in a product, because as of today, uclamp max is we just can't use it as it is. It just doesn't work. So I don't know if folks have anything they want to say at that point already, or.
I want to bring up that we've been actually looking at this problem for a while, and the trickiness of not using max aggregation, that after lots of discussion, is that if you make uclamp max have an impact on the frequency of the CPU so that it is less than what actually the combination of the tasks require, this will have a stretching effect, if that makes sense, where the runtime of these tasks will take longer than what should be. And that is something that we're actually thinking that will break the conservation, like the work conservation ethics of like how the scheduler works. And it is a sticky point because non-clamp task then could suffer. And that's a problem that we think that actually is hard to fix. And you live with that trade-off maybe, or I'm not sure if it's a trade-off, but like you have that impact.
So I think we can improve things without breaking the work conserving property that you are mentioning, because, you know, in the example I've just mentioned, the top-up task or foreground task, whatever it is, the unclamped task probably doesn't want to run at max frequency. Nobody in the system wants to run at max frequency. We run at max frequency only because of it's a caveat of the uclamp implementation, but that task may be pretty small. Maybe it has 10 of utilization, right? And we would be fine with running that particular task much slower.
Yeah, I think the problem there is that when you use uclamp max, you basically set yourself up for being overutilized all the time, because you're constraining a task so it doesn't get the compute demand it requires. You're running the CPU slower, so you basically make sure there are no spare cycles ever, and that's why your utilization signal is useless. The problem with waking up tasks and figuring out what should then be the effective max clamp is that because the other task will effectively be always running, it's hard to, well, I think there is a way forward, but in general, there is a problem that the task you're waking up, if you don't go to the max frequency, you cannot be sure that the waking task is actually getting the throughput it requires because of the way that V runtime is split on the CPU. It's like we have a shared resource. One party is saying, oh, we should run slow. The other guy is saying, I just want to get my job done. But the other guy, if he's just saying, I want to run slow all the time, then it might actually affect the guy who just wants his job done. So we need a way to ensure that the guy waking up that's not clamped, that he actually gets the throughput he desires. And everywhere in capacity awareness and in EAS, we use utilization as the metric to figure out what's the bandwidth there. So yeah, the utilization picture is a bit messed up because of uclamp max, and that's a problem with uclamp max, because everywhere in DVFS policies, in the scheduler, everywhere, we sort of make the assumption that whatever we do, we'll always try to match the performance level of the system to the compute demand. And uclamp max does exactly the opposite. We're actually going in and saying, no, we don't want to go any faster, and we don't care if things are slowing down. But if we do that on a CPU that's shared with somebody else who doesn't want to be clamped, then we have to make sure that we don't harm the other guys.
Yeah.
So if you have a waking task that's very small, and the only other task on that CPU is a clamp task, you don't necessarily have to go to the highest frequency to make sure that the waking guy gets service, as you were saying. I think the threshold there for how big a task we can allow to wake up without lifting the frequency is possible to compute based on, well, the number of tasks, but really it's the priority of the task, right? Because that's how we scale the V runtime. So if you have a task with a utilization of 10, you wake it up next to another task which is always running and clamped. If they both have the same priority, they'll both get 50% of the CPU time. So the effective capacity observed by the waking task would be half of the current uclamp max. So if, let's say, it's clamped to 200, and the waking task is running under that clamp too, because of the B runtime, it can never get or experience an effective capacity of more than 100. But if the task only has a utilization of 10, that's fine. It just runs a little bit slower, but it actually gets to complete what it did. The problem kicks in if the waking task had a utilization of, let's say, 200, and you keep the existing max clamp in place, then it won't be able to complete its job. So I think the trick here is that we want to probably keep the clamp in place if we know that the task waking up can still be kind of serviced, that its allocated V runtime is not too small relative to its utilization.
Well, actually,
does it make any sense?
Yeah, I think this makes a lot of sense. But I think this is, I agree with your analysis, but this is under the assumption that we would not touch the frequency at all when the waking task starts. But
Yeah,
what I see as the main problem with the clamping is that we sum the util average on one side for the rank queue of all of the tasks, and then we max aggregate the max clamps, and then we do the aggregation.
Yeah.
How about applying the clamp beforehand and then doing the sum?
Yeah,
In that case, the background task.
Oh, to contribute whatever clamp is. Yes, that works as long as your utilization and clamps are distributed in the right way. Because if you do it that way, because there is no enforcing on the V runtime side of things, you could have that let's make up some numbers. You don't necessarily get the throughput that you want in that case. I think, because you could have relatively small tasks. No, I can't come up with numbers now, but I don't think you're guaranteed that your unclamped task will actually get their share of the capacity because of the way that rerun time works. The background task will always fill out the gap, right? So if you have two tasks, let's say one requires 600, this utilization is 600, and you have something clamped in the background, always running, but you clamp it at 200. So in that case, you would sum them up. So 200 plus 600, which gives you 800, and if you choose that as your capacity, then because the other guy is always running, you only get 50% of the CPU time, which means that the effective capacity for both tasks would end up being 400, which means that your 600 task actually won't get its compute demand met.
So we had, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So we, in past, I have proposed, something like, we don't use, not with schedule, but we have similar issue. We have EPP, which is energy performance preference, and we could stave that with the task context. And I had, we had a similar proposal that, there is a background task with, very high VPP value, which is basically lower performance. And we wanted to queue it and so that task will, get less, consume less energy. But the argument was always, because on the run queue, the next task may be the high EPP, right? Which may require more performance.
Mm-hmm.
Then actually you should not even do anything because, because the other task will suffer if you do anything with this task. So that was the argument, and the TWACH was not really accepted. So you have the same issue, right? So you will, if you have uclamp value and you are basically restricting the frequency of the task run queue task, which is after that, which may be the high priority,
mm-hmm.
then you will have issues. So this is a good problem to solve, but is there any good? I don't think there is a good way to solve unless you move that to a different CPU, which you basically classify CPUs and put your clamp task into one and others into the.
It's the only safe way, I think, if you care about performance. I think what we're discussing here, if we can sort of agree on some criteria on how fast we want to run the clamp task, to make sure that the guy waiting behind it is actually getting his compute demand somewhat met, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I think
you only have a problem, I guess, Martin, if the task that is waking up is going to use its entire
shed slice or whatever.
Yeah, shed slice, right?
Exactly, and that's my point. So if you at wake up a loose idea, we haven't tried it. It's only a crazy idea so far, is to basically look at task wake up. When you're going to add a task to a CPU, you basically look at what's the current max clamp, and then you basically divide it by the number of tasks. Now that has to be extended to be priority instead. But if you just divided it by the number of tasks, assuming that all tasks have same priority, then if the effective capacity that you're going to get, current max clamp setting, and then divided by number of tasks, if that number is higher than the utilization of the waking task, then it should be safe to run that task on that CPU without changing the frequency.
Yeah, I think I actually agree with the whatever we talked about here, right? I think for the new clamp max, that's why I actually want to discuss here. So to be frank, in the production code, whatever we did, right, on the uClam Max, actually, if you look like the slides we shared, we also talked about the CPU shares. So I think like by the end of the day, actually like in our kind of like a product, right, decision, we play them like together. So basically the CPU shares and the uClam Max, actually they are exactly the same group, and that they actually play together, and we have like the things you just mentioned to enforce kind of like some similar policy to talk about like the shares, right, which is translated to the runtime on the particular setbacks around Q, right? And then we apply the uClam Max based on that. So the shares and the uClam percentage is working together to achieve the goal and to avoid the problem you just mentioned.
Yeah, because I think the more generic solution would be that you need to, when you have uClam Max, and in fact you somehow need to tweak your SCED slice or your vRuntime allocation to ensure that the task you have clamped doesn't take a too big share of the CPU, because it's effectively taking away, compute bandwidth from the CPU, which is greater than what we actually desire it to consume. So I think the slightly more messy implementation is probably to mess about with the vRuntime allocation. But if we didn't want to go down that path, I think a quick hack would be to say, if all we really care about is those small tasks waking up, lifting the uClam Max, then perhaps we could come up with a simple heuristic saying that, okay, we care about scenarios where we have up to 4 tasks on the CPU or something, and we just say, if the current max clamp setting, that capacity divided by 4, if the utilization is smaller than that at wake up, we just leave the current max clamp in place, and if it exceeds that, then we need to lift it to either the max or some other compromise that we can compute somehow.
So this is a fundamental conflict, right? And so the question is, who wins? And so maybe it's uClam Max that should lose rather than the reverse.
Well, what I'm proposing is that uClam Max still loses if we think that the unclamped tasks will suffer.
Right.
And the criteria for suffering here is if we don't think they get the average bandwidth that you utilize.
Exactly. You basically, I'm sorry, I can't satisfy your uClamp Max right now. Maybe later I can.
Yeah.
But not based on current conditions.
Exactly. Because
over here.
Yeah, go ahead, guys.
Yeah, I think it's just like for systems that care most about performance, the trade-off maybe should be to lose for uClam Max. But I think it's not easy to favor it the other way around. If somebody cares more about energy and they're happy to suffer a little bit of a hit, which I think what they have done here, like in Android, it's very hard. But I think it's the problem with upstream solution. Performance always wins. And that's actually maybe the tricky part, giving the compromise in a meaningful way.
But you could override the entire CPU, right? You can limit the frequency of the CPU for everything queued behind it all at once in that situation, which might make more sense because it's more of an environmental property than a temporal property for a certain task.
And Morten, the influence of priority of the task. We can't use utilization, right? We discussed this already.
You mean when we wake up and try to figure out how if we need to lift the clamp? Yeah, we need to use priority to figure out if the task will actually fit, because priority affects the runtime allocation to the task.
I think we discussed we could potentially, but we haven't tried use the load average instead of util.
We're going to shortly have to switch topics here, but we do have some open slots later on, and I think the conversation needs to continue here. So if you want, the first open slot we got is at 8 a.m. Pacific, so I would suggest we sort of take this back at 8 a.m. Pacific. Does that work for you guys?
Sorry, like the next one is about the thermal, right? I think Daniel is not here. Actually I emailed with him already. He cannot make it to the discussion for the thermal topic. So
because there's one at 8 a.m., there's one at 8:20, and there's one at 8:40. So whatever one of those slots works for you guys, we can just restart that conversation at that point.
I think we're saying that the next slot is there won't be much discussion on the next slot. So maybe we can overrun this one a little bit.
the next thermal one.
Because the next slot would be thermal core usage challenges. If there is
slot.
Yeah.
So do we know who's taking part in that? And if they sort of agree to sort of defer their talking, but I just want to make sure that we're sort of not taking anything away from anyone here.
Yeah. I'm fine moving. I wanted to take part in that talk. So.
Okay, so just to be clear, does anybody have any disagreement with the discussion about uclamp continuing at this point? Going once, going twice. All right, sold to the man in the back. All right, so let's just go on and continue. And once this is sort of done, we'll sort of jump into the next topic. Since we've got a certain number of open topics afterwards, then we'll just overflow into those. Okay, so guys, go ahead. Ignore me for the moment.
Yeah, the last idea with the load average versus the util average was just to bring in the priority of the task when it comes to divide the uclamp max bandwidth fairly between the 4 tasks.
Yes. It's not even load average, is it? It's the load weight, because I think the sketch slice is computed based on the pure priority weight. It's actually not using the PELT load signal, does it?
I thought we have the load average essentially contains it. That's why we have runnable average. We have 3 different signals. But again, I think we could probably take this into consideration as well if this is important. First of all, the idea overall has to make sense. The simple one, right, which you just presented to subdivide the util clamp bandwidth between 4 tasks and then say, okay, the task is small enough. We could keep the uclamp max setting, even though another task essentially is runnable now on the CPU.
Yeah, the pre-computing won't work if you have priority, because you don't know what the priority is of tasks you have waking up. So you need to do the filtering and somehow differently. You have to probably look at the priority and say if the priority is smaller than something and the utilization is smaller than something else, then it's perhaps safe to wake it up. I think it should be possible to compute something. I guess the question there is, what do we do if we have a task which is slightly too big to be safe to wake up under the current uclamp max? Should the default just be to back off and do proper max aggregation as we do today, which might risk that we go max? Or should we try to compute some intermediate step that would be enough CPU bandwidth for that task to actually get its job done? I mean,
yeah, I guess
the whole.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Based on the utilization of the waking task, and the capacity of the CPU and things like that, I think we could estimate whether the task would get a chance to complete before the end of the scan slice or not, right? And we could select your PP that would allow, but looking at the sketch slice and the relative priorities of the tasks that are already in rank queue and stuff like that, and we can sort of compute. It feels like we could predict what is an OPP that would be likely to allow you to fit within the sketch slice. And if you cannot find one, then that would mean going to max frequency.
Yeah. I agree it should be possible to compute. I just wonder how complicated it will end up being. It sounds easy, but yeah, who knows once you start coding this. But it sounds like it should be possible. And of course, the fallback would always just to go to proper max aggregation. I guess the key use case here is just to try to address those small tasks. So if we can do something very simple just for those, and then just accept if it's a bigger task waking up, then we might have to raise the frequency. Would that be okay for your use case?
Sorry, can you repeat just the last part?
Would that be okay for your use case? Just to go for those really small tasks, because we might be able to do something very crude there by just introducing some sort of threshold and say task smaller than that, just wake up. We don't change the uclam max aggregation, and anything bigger than that, we try to compute a better or an intermediate frequency, or just fall back and go fast. Would that be enough? Do you see a lot of, in your use cases, do you see a lot of tasks that are sort of bigger that you would like to avoid having an effect on the frequency, or not go to the highest frequency? Is the primary use case just to filter those small tasks out? That's what I'm asking.
I think on other Android side, the thing is we have so many things, right, other than the background. So it's probably not just for those small tasks. So sometimes the result
defaulting to going to max frec if we are worried about the task not fitting in this slide or something. I don't think. I mean, that sounds like we're still going to see much of the same issues we were having before. So it feels like we really need to try and find a saner frequency point somehow, in case the task doesn't fit at the current frequency.
Right, but that's only really possible if the task is small enough, right?
Yeah. I mean, if the task is big, probably the utilization of the task is already high anyway, right? And we'll pick high frequency. So this is, it's just the max climb value can be set to pretty low, and like it's pretty likely that we have say we have a max climb value and we have a top app task that is scheduled on the same as a sub CPU as a task on the, we have a background task and a top app task scheduled on the same CPU. Then the top app task even has a uclamp min value, and we want to go at least to that frequency.
Yes, but that would always happen, wouldn't it?
Well, not if we decide to. If you look at the utilization of the task and you say, oh, this task could fit at the current frequency, like that. That's not that. In that case, that wouldn't work.
But
right,
it will not be that simple, right? I mean, the filtering mechanism we're talking about, it's more about when do you apply uclam max for that task to take it into account, especially if it is user defined and not being set to anything. So I think there is room to be smart and selective over here without being too intrusive.
I guess what I'm saying is that, there are cases, I suspect that there are cases where we want to be, just checking if the task can fit at the current frequency or not is not going to be sufficient, right? It's not like, if it fits at the current frequency, then great, we leave the max clamp in place. If it doesn't fit, we go to max. It sounds like we're going to hit the case where we go to max often.
Quentin, can you just, one thing I don't understand, if those small tasks come, they are on the run queue and they might not be max clamped, so they carry 1024 as their uclamp max value. That doesn't necessarily mean that we ask for 1024 on the frequency side, or because we cap or we clamp the natural utilization of the CPU, right? So if you see a small task 1024, it actually destroys the capping on the run queue, but it's not, we don't ask necessarily for 1024.
No, you're not capping utilization, you're capping frequency and increasing utilization as a result.
Yes, but the driving factor is not the upper limit. This is not the uclamp max. It's the natural utilization on the run queue, right? We lift the cap on the natural utilization, which might be much smaller than 1024. So I mean, not that we don't go to max, right? We go to natural utilization.
But if you have been capped, then your utilization signal will end up being 1024 because of the way scale invariants work. Yeah,
I agree. Okay, so
that's really the essence of the problem, is that when you apply uclamp max, then all your utilization tracking goes out the window because you are taking away all the spare cycles, and utilization is useless if you don't have any spare cycles, because then you don't see the true demand of that task because it's basically constrained all the time.
And I think there both stories come together. Yes. So natural utilization will be also 1024 in those moments.
Yeah.
Okay, I see.
Just one question. Martin, you said if you don't give it enough cycles, the true utilization will not be visible. But doesn't frequency invariance allow you to have the utilization go past the capacity and frequency? So that should not be true anymore?
Well, your number just keeps increasing. I mean, if you have a task that needs to do 5 milliseconds worth of work every 10, and you cap it at a frequency which is only 40%, then it will just be always running, right? It will never be able to complete what it's doing until the next activation. So that will be always running, and your utilization will end up at 1024. You will never ever discover using utilization tracking that it's truly a 50% task until you give it at least 51% in terms of compute capacity.
I guess the idea that I was suggesting earlier to apply the max clamp before doing the sum was to get something that looked a bit like what Pelt was doing before, where the capacity, the utilization was essentially capped by the current capacity of the CPU to some extent.
Yeah, I think it's better than what we have now, but it doesn't solve the problem with vRun time. Yeah. That you can still fool yourself, because if you clamp something really hard, then it doesn't add very much to that sum. But when you just let things run freely and don't mess about with CPU shares and anything, that clamp task will still take away its share of the CPU runtime, right? So you could have a bunch of, or just one, my 600 task from before, I mean, that background task will still take away its 50% of the V runtime, right? Even if we say in our sum that it's much smaller. So the problem is that there is no coupling between utilization and the V runtime allocation. So those need to be lined up for it not to break. If all the tasks have the same demand and stuff, then it's fine. But the problem is that that background task that's clamped will still get 1 divided by n task V runtime, even if we pretend that it's only, it's uclamp max is set to 100 or whatever.
For me, this raises another question of like why AS did not decide this. It is expensive energy-wise to wake up the task on that CPU, the top-up task, assuming that working out, it will lift that cap.
The thing is, the more you use uclamp max, the more likely it is that you have CPUs that are just busy doing stuff all the time, and you just have to execute somewhere, right?
Basically, as soon as you use uclamp max and it has an effect, then that CPU will be always running.
Yeah, exactly. So if we have, we can have cases where we have like hundreds of tasks in the background, and we put the uclamp max on the background group. In that case, you can end up with background just literally in the background of all CPUs if you want, right? That's just so in practice we don't have on all CPUs because of CPU sets and whatnot. But you can still have cases where the big CPUs are busy and you have an important task to wake up, and you have to choose like poor victim. You have to preempt someone, and we'll preempt background work.
Yeah, but this means all the littles are already busy. But I think that's what Martin was saying, is that because we clamp these, if they were the only task running with that one, they will clamp hard, even if they were not that big, but they will appear big because of the clamping.
Yeah, exactly.
That makes them probably.
Yeah, like the problem of co-scheduling is much worse as soon as you start using uclamp. And as Wei mentioned, that's the reason why we've been messing with CPU shells a ton. Because without CPU shells, it just goes wrong.
Yeah, I think it's very broken if you don't mess around with the CPUs, yes.
So this raises the question of what problem are we trying to solve with uclamp, and is it the right tool to actually do that?
So the problem we're trying to solve is that the default behavior for the scheduler is to always optimize throughput. So if you have a long-running task, we'll raise the frequency. And we know for a fact in Embedded, we have knowledge about some tasks for which we don't care about throughput because they are in the background. And so we want to inform the scheduler that, we don't want to be wasting power, like improving the throughput of that particular task just because we don't care. Right. And this would just wasted power.
But they do have demand. They're still runnable.
Yeah.
Yes, correct.
You just want to run them slowly.
Yeah, we want them to make progress, but not at any cost.
So you may never finish this task. It may be something that's sort of grinding away.
Yeah, it could be a burst where we don't care about when it completes, whatever that might be in the background.
So this is really a quality of service question rather than necessarily a frequency question. This is a low quality of service task you're talking about, or group of tasks, right?
Yeah, well, we don't want to pay the full price if we can avoid it. I mean, running fast is expensive. So yeah, it's really just a hint. But the problem we're facing is that it might have a side effect in other tasks.
Yeah, it's all about that side effect, right?
Yeah.
As well, I would
really,
like to highlight
what you want to be able to do is to have the high priority, or I should say high quality of service task, basically squeeze out the low quality of service task. And its needs are deemed more important. And if it disappears, then you go back to where you started. You're running at your low quality of service.
Pretty much, yes.
Yeah.
I think another aspect is just worth highlighting is that on Big Little, the uclamp max could help you to bias that task to run on a smaller CPU, which sometimes people would like to reserve to the bigger ones for more important tasks.
Right. It would fit. It would be known to fit.
You force it to fit, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's another topic about placement.
Quentin, are you using your mechanism to sum up uclamp and utilization and make decisions for schedule or also for EES task placement?
So Wei will have the answer to that, but I think we align both. Like whatever we do in the placement reflects. The frequency prediction we have for the task placement reflects the policy we have for the actual frequency selection. Mm-hmm. So it should be in line, yes.
So just want to say that we're supposed to be in break in like 2 minutes, but I don't want to stop this conversation. I think this is a good juncture here, so I'll let you continue. Those who want to take a break and come back after the break, you're free to do that. But guys, go on.
I was asking, isn't that expensive on the wake-up path, that calculations you're doing for CFSRQs?
I guess it is, but it's better than wasting all the CPU.
And then, the good part is on Android we have just the known groups, and we know those. Which is
we haven't mentioned RT tasks in this whole thing. Is there any issue with those we haven't discussed, because so far it was CFS centric?
I think that's a good topic for RT. I think the first thing is we don't have per task tracking, right? Power signal, and we sort of use the uclamp. Yeah, we sort of use uclamp to determine the I think there's a fit function, whatever, a filter that, and that's the only thing. I think the placement we do that. We don't do any energy consumption. And there's also a tweak or knob that giving the RT task a really high utilization, and we don't actually do that in some of the product. The way is, you can tell, on Android side, RT is, you can tell it's using, like, we have so many RT tasks.
So
And,
I have
if
the
they have
opposite
like
question, and that is does it make sense even for these low-cost tasks to be in CFS? Perhaps they should be in a scheduling class of lesser priority.
There isn't.
Well, we have the sched idle thing, which is still CFS, but it's always gets preempted. And I've had the same thought that it feels like, yeah, we're perhaps doing the wrong thing. If we go ahead, if the solution is to mess about with rerun time and all that, I think the implementation is going to be quite complicated.
Right.
And
Why? Yeah. Perhaps removing them altogether would make more sense.
Yeah, because it's really tasks that we want to always be preempted by non-jam tasks,
And there's nothing fair about that.
No, but that's kind of what we sign up for.
Exactly.
If you
I mean,
clamp the task.
CFS is not designed to do that. It's designed to do the opposite of that, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
I would say that's also very dangerous. Like on Android, we can't really thought about that. The thing is, there could be priority inversion, and there could be actually like the interaction between the groups sometimes is unavoidable. So, for example, some semaphore on MM side or whatever.
Right. You'd have to be very careful in placing a task in this bucket. You have to be very careful. That's true.
So we need them to make progress. And as Wei was saying, we tried like moving that to sched idle, which is basically nice 20.
Right.
And that didn't go well.
No.
Maybe we can do better on the classification side as well, but it's a difficult problem in user space. So maybe a mix of both will be needed to get something working there.
And perhaps sched idle needs a more sophisticated policy than run this as a last resort. Maybe there has to be some kind of guarantee that you actually make some progress, sort of like RT has.
I think we are going to be. I think it's nice 20. It's just the lowest priority CFS priority.
So it will never starve. It will never starve.
No, but forward progress is very, very little, isn't it? Because the priority effect is exponential, isn't it? Or something like that. So if you run at very low priority, your CPU share is extremely low.
Plus, you have a malus for like you never preempt on wake up and whatever. There's a bunch of more conditions, I think.
So I wonder if maybe not the entire solution to this problem, but a large part of the solution to this problem is what you tried, is employing sched idle when appropriate. Maybe that would remove enough pain.
So as of today, sched idle still has the same problem because it's still CFS, and the utilization of the sched idle task will grow and go up to 24 and become digital. So sched idle, I mean, we could special case sched idle to some extent. But we would need to special case it. Like as of today, it wouldn't work.
Yeah.
But it would solve it would simplify the problem that Morten was raising, because we would know, the priority would be pretty easy to figure out in that case.
Yeah.
As in, we have, I think we already have tracking in the scheduler to set to know whether the CPU is only running sched idle tasks.
Right, we do.
So in a case like that, we could, I think
you can leap on and push everybody out.
Yeah, something like that. I think in the wake up path in select idle sibling and something like that, we have a new case now. I think it was VNH who pushed that a few years ago, where we look for an idle CPU first, and if we don't look for an idle CPU first, we look for a CPU that only has sched idle tasks and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
I'm just wondering whether we could piggyback on that infrastructure to say, if we have only sched idle tasks, don't let them, do something special.
Yeah, exactly.
So the problem, I mean, that seems something nice, but Android has the advantage that it has that sophisticated classification system. And I mean, if you don't have that sophisticated classification, user space running without all of this, they still could run the same problem. And
yes, that is true.
we still would like to have like a good solution that will work for these systems as well.
Well, there's Chrome can classify as well. It's the tough one is going to be, you know, Ubuntu and random.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, system D doesn't do, which is running in this system, doesn't do like what Android does with this classification and having that intelligence. But I'm curious, so did you try the idle then? And so putting skid idles, the background task.
I think you did give that a go away, right? You tried skid idle for background, and that basically had really noticeable negative impact on the device. Because the tasks were not making enough progress, right? We had sort of important tasks that somehow tend to have dependencies with those unimportant tasks, and if they really don't make enough progress, we get stuck.
Did you remove a prefer idle and other stuff from? Because I don't know, the AES path, especially with Android, they have extra stuff that could actually affect. I mean, first, like AES is not aware of preempting skid idle tasks. And we had extra things to prefer idle CPUs. I wonder if these patches were hurting you at the same time. Running this
I don't think we have been running for the test that we have been running. I don't think we were using the skid idle aware wake-up path. It was just a good old wake-up path. But yeah, I guess the problem we are seeing is that those background tasks were not getting enough CPU time. They were getting some, but it was insufficient. So we really want to climb those and limit them, but in a way that is kind of tunable, because we can't push too hard. It cannot be like we have to be able to tune something and see what's the right tuning for a device or for the setup that we have.
And doing like a middle approach, like setting all those background guys to priority, what is it, -10? Like not being -20, but -10. Like, do you use priority for or nice values for CFS task in Android?
Isn't the CPU shares the same?
Yeah, so we use CPU shares,
Yeah.
but the
Exactly. You do this, right? You do this.
We use CPU shares, but the priorities of the tasks themselves, applications themselves have a way to set that.
Mm-hmm.
And we can't, like, we don't want to override whatever task by the application. It's you know, they have access to skid. Which one is it? Skid set priority to some extent. There are limits on what they can do. We have like an hour limit to limit that, but applications can touch priorities. And as we move things from top up in top up and outside of top up and stuff like that, I don't think we want to let the application configuration in place. So it feels like CPU shares is a preferable solution to that problem.
And also within the group, the background group, there could be some fairness, like some different priority within the same group.
Yeah, absolutely, right. That's right. Like, we don't necessarily have all the tasks. Like some tasks are more important than other in background.
You don't really want to flatten the group.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's I think we're onto something complicated here. So I think just to, because we'll probably have to switch to another topic soon. I just want to make sure that we kind of something comes out of this discussion. It sounded like you guys were already looking at this and playing with things. And can we expect like patches on the list that we could test at some point, or how should we move forward with that?
To be honest, we don't have any code yet. So far, it's only been discussions about the problem space like we have discussed here today. But I think we need to come up with some patches and give it a try and see what's possible. But after this discussion, it sounds like we're on the same page, or what do you think? I think the summing up approach that you proposed is better than what we have, but I worry that it still has the throughput problem if you don't mess about with CPU shares at the same time.
Yeah, I agree. So I think the approach that we have is good enough as a workaround in Android for now. But for upstream, I agree that we should be looking for a solution that deals with those problems as well. So yeah, I mean, I personally don't have any objection against that approach, and having something smarter that plays with priorities and accounts for all that stuff. I think we should take time to get that right.
So the directions over here was to try that filtering mechanism first. I mean, we've tried other approaches in the past. Haven't been sleeping on this problem. We've been looking at it constantly in the past, but it's very tricky. And there are like either more trickiness if you want to go out task placements and affect and overutilize and all these kind of things. Yeah. But I think the sanest way, after we reach the conclusion that the impact in the runtime and fairness, we really, I mean, keeping max aggregation and having some filtering and see how effective is that. And if it is, then potentially that could be a solution. If not, then I don't know. Maybe the runtime tinkering will become more appealing. We'll see.
Okay. So thank you, guys. I see the time is camera on. I sense that this means.
No, this is fine. I mean, this is great. I understand that at the end of this, you don't actually have a solution, but that's okay. I think the reflection, the sort of thinking has gone through enough that I think at least the problem has been identified, which is good. So I understand there's no solution right now, but we'll leave it to you guys to figure this out, which is the whole point of this this microconference stuff. So. Okay, this is great. So we're supposed to start an open topic within 3 minutes. I will sort of leave the 3 minutes open so that people can sort of quickly run out and come back if they need anything. We will sort of jump into the thermal core usage challenges, which was scheduled to be discussed right after the uClamp topic. And then follow through with whatever comes next after that. Right. So I'll see you guys in about 2 minutes here for the thermal discussion. Okay, so we are 8 a.m. Pacific. I know this would make for a short break, but let's go ahead and get into the thermal topic. So if you want to jump in here, if that is of interest to you, and I'll leave the floor open here for people to take it wherever they want. So maybe I can ask Sumit here. So Sumit, you had sort of taken some notes on the things that we wanted to cover here, I think. Maybe we should sort of just go through some of those to refresh everyone on what needs to be discussed. So I'm not sure if that was... okay, that's different. This is the...
We're looking for Srinivas.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm here,
There he
Islam.
is. There he is.
Ah,
I don't know if he heard your question.
so yeah, I think so. I was just double checking here if he was sort of unmuting. So I'm not sure if Sumit, you can hear me or not. I was just sort of asking if we could go through the list of topics that were written down at the Android microconference Wednesday for discussion for the thermal topics. I can go find that myself here, but I just wanted to see if that was at hand. Sumit, just give me 1 second. I'll drag it on myself. Okay, actually, let me see if I can sort of send this out in the chat here so everybody can take a look. So, all right. So this is the link that has the document that was sort of put together by Sumit during the micro conference. And there were some topics in there regarding thermal that I believed needed some further discussion here. So
So do we have Daniel?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Do we have Daniel?
Daniel is not here, I think. As I mentioned earlier, right? He has some conflict. He cannot make like today's session. So that's why I propose that we skip that with UCLAN discussion, right? Or maybe someone like here in the room want to discuss some of the summer challenges. And yeah, open to any suggestion or discussion in that.
Because if I remember correctly, Wayne, when you were going through the slides, there were some of the you had some problems solution and that sort of stuff. Did we get the chance to go through all the proposed solutions, or were there some that we had to sort of curtail the conversation? I can't remember.
We talked about some proposal, and for example, on the challenges we met, but yeah, I don't think we have time to discuss that fully. So
okay,
maybe I can
do you want to actually bring those slides up back again, and maybe we could sort of just use that as a talking piece, if that makes sense to you?
Sure. Do you have it? Oh, I don't think.
Yeah, let me see if I can actually bring it into the folder here. That is not here, but there is a manage presentations. Give me 1 second here. I will actually get this uploaded. I mean, you can, if you want to bring it up on your side and sort of explain the problem, I'll sort of in the same time bring the slides up back again here. Give me 1 minute.
Sure, yeah, thank you. By the way, I think I uploaded.
Or maybe actually, if you take presenter, try to upload it yourself. I don't know if that works. Let me give you presenter here. You are here, and I'm going to say, no, I can't remember anymore. Actually, if you click on the bottom, manage presentations. Yeah, if you take on, there's a plus sign on the bottom left-hand side. Try to click on that, see if you can take presenter for me.
I did see that button actually. There's
on the bottom left-hand side, there's a plus sign in a sort of blue. I don't know if you can see that. Okay, actually, no, sorry, I'm distracted. You're presenter now. So if you click on the bottom left-hand side with the plus sign, there should be a manage presentations. Try that.
Exactly. Okay.
There you go.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, the other day we were talking about the summer challenges in productized summer core software in Android. So basically, we go through the architecture and we talk about the problem about interaction between the user space governor and other governors. So basically, the main problem here we see is that there's no way for user space governor to hold a vote, and that vote will be always through the closed device interface, sysfs interface directly, which is either overriding the internal vote or internal vote. Basically, there's no aggregation between that. So the proposal is really simple: to add a dedicated voting for the user space governor. If you look at the code, every governor they have their own thermal instances, but right now the thermal core user space governor actually is missing that functionality. So that one is the simple proposal here. But I would like to see if someone came about different proposal or different suggestion here. For example, how the user space governor work with the internal governor on the same cooling device.
So in past, there was a proposal to add min state also in the cooling device.
Mhm.
So if you have those, currently there is only one state. If you have min and max both, so you have chance from user space kernel to limit what the kernel can do. And that, I think there was agreement, but nobody implemented it. It was like quite a while back. Won't it solve your problem?
Yeah, I think that should. But the other way to look at it is that actually linking directly to the cooling device side, right? The other side is, so for example, if you have multiple user space governor, you need to do some aggregation there, right? Whatever. So what I'm thinking is naturally to do that through the user space governor, right? So for example, the IPA governor, they have their own governor settings, right? So for the user space governor, I think it's naturally reasonable to have an interface for the user space directly vote through the governor.
Yeah, but then you have to.
Yeah.
But then you have to poke every governor.
Yes, exactly. Poke every user space governor, right? But that's
I think, like we do, like in Linux, right? In at least when we do in Ubuntu, like Linux, when we use thermal D, I always have min and max state. So like, for example, if your skin sensor is active, so I have clamp value between min and max, so that any other, like for example CPU or any other, will not exceed that. So that's directly tied to the cooling device. So I thought that will work, but yeah, governor, then you have to poke everyone, in future. And
yeah, but naturally, like pre-sampling, like you should have so many, right, for the user. But if you do, right, that's maybe something, right? If like that governor actually linking to the several cooling devices, then yes. But anyway, the user space governor also kind of like
the problem
the
with
doesn't know the linking. Or the throttling mechanism, right? For example, on all other governors, you kind of like have the thermal instances. For example, the cooling device is CPU or whatever, etc. But if you use the user space governor, then actually you lose all the knowledge from the kernel.
The problem with the governors can be shared, between multiple cooling, multiple thermal zones, and they may have different policies based on. So that's why I thought cooling device would be safest and easiest, but there are always pros and cons.
Yeah, actually, in the production code, there's always like being used the sysfs node directly, and the workaround is actually adding aggregation there. So yes, like the mean value if it's not opposed from upstream, I think that's a good one to resolve the problem.
Yeah. So if somebody added that already, maybe in your in some other branch, maybe they should submit that code.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds good. Okay. So any other like suggestion here? Since Daniel is not here, I really want to hear his opinion on like the way forward.
Maybe let's try pinging him and see if he can join.
Oh, okay. Maybe someone can. I don't have his. Yeah. Okay. So move on to the next topic is similar to the one, right? It's about the thermal netlink configuration. So I think Daniel acknowledged the problem. So the proposal is about adding some configuration in the future on the messages. Is there any other choices or suggestions here?
So when you're saying you're adding filter, what level of complexity your filter will have?
We are talking about mostly like in the thermal zone level. So some of the thermal zone is really moving faster, right? For example, some of the devices they may use the thermal core flow junction, let's say junction temperature mitigation. That would be very, very moving very fast, right? Cross trips or whatever, etc. So those information would be very spammy to the user space. So kind of like that is the purpose to filter.
I was taking a look at this yesterday, and I don't know enough about it, but I was wondering, it says netlink, and if I'll go look at what netlink is in the man page, it looks like it's going through the networking stack. Can we set up BPF filters to just filter out based on source?
Maybe, or maybe yes. Like we never actually sort of like using the filter on the socket.
Yeah,
but,
I don't know if it
works. Well,
that
actually like works like in terms of the waking up like the user space. If not, adding that could be.
So does anyone else know more about how the netlink is used in thermal?
we use netlink for get mostly broadcast notifications, like when, for example, if you exceed some passive threshold, or if you're a certain temperature. Previously there used to be only user space governor, but I think Android use case was to broadcast, because there are multiple stakeholders in user space who wants to get notification. That's why it is replaced with netlink. It's a multicast instead of unicast. So it is primarily to get notifications of temperature violations. But only, I think your issue is you get too many violations.
Too many cross, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so you want, that's why I was wondering, when you say filtering, you will like not just, you want to add some maths on it, or like, it's greater than this or less than that.
I don't think that's the case though, right? He's just saying he wants to filter at least for now by source. So that's why I was asking if BPF would work.
I don't know what BPF. Do you use BPF in Android?
I think we do. I'm pretty sure we do. Yeah. But BPF or not, idea is basically setting up like a network filtering, right?
Yeah.
Tables to like say, oh, I don't need packets from the source. That's what I meant.
Yeah, I think this is, filtering is good proposal.
Yeah, we'll see. I think like the netlink BPF is worse to look at, but I don't think
I have some more. I have some patches on that regard also to add more, some more indications. I probably will push it in next few months.
Yeah, and I was gonna say I don't want to derail it with the BPF point. If you had other thoughts outside of BPF, that'll be good to hear. Right? How you think filtering should be done.
I think like on the message side, we have some configuration, for example, on types of like the message already. So adding like thermal zoom based filter probably not the end of the world based on like the current classification. But adding BPF is sort of like I don't know. If you don't really have any other control, we can use for that for sure.
Yeah, netlink is very noisy if it's too many messages. So I agree, filter is the right way to do. Yeah.
Okay. So then came like the one that with the loadable governor module. Since we talk about the governor, right? We have several like in the upstream code, which is very useful. But like the way usually like right now we have seen many like product. They come with either their own categorization, their own product need, different kind of mechanism other than the governor provided in the upstream, right? So for those product, like we can see like workaround or whatever, is always getting like tricky about using the governor from upstream. And the way we see like some vendor is using the governor is they implement the thermal governor inside the thermal sensor driver, which introduce a very complex log usage, separate trip setting, and overall it's a really, really bad design, and either inefficient or sometimes it's actually incorrect. So I would like to see like the option that we make the governor kind of like open for module work. That's also helpful for GKI work, right? So right now, all the governor, if we need it, we have to compile all in the image, which definitely result like larger code, whatever. I think like it's make like the GKI module with those is also going to be helpful. So,
what is GKI means? GKI means?
It's actually is probably taught or someone like in the room can give like that more detailed information.
I can try to answer it. It's basically just a generic kernel image. That's what it stands for. The fact that we call it GK doesn't really matter. So it's one binary that will boot on all, at least for now, boot on all ARM64 with all the hardware-specific drivers compiled as modules.
Okay. Yeah. You know, our take is always anything which can be loadable as module should be done. It is always
yeah, exactly. But wasn't it reverted though? I thought it used to be models before. Wait,
exactly. I don't know like the reason that we restrict that to only entry build.
Actually, I think I remember. I think one of the arguments was that thermal needs to run early on, so let's not have it as a module. But I don't think that's a valid argument.
Yeah, that doesn't hold true because
number one, firmware takes care of it anyway early on. CPU freak is still a module. That's going to be probably the biggest heating device.
Yeah, that's not really, because you can never catch the boot up thermal issues unless formal is handling.
Yeah, you can always do the CPU configure in the conservative way that you don't either burn out or you don't burn up. Basically.
Do you remember if there are other reasons for the revert way when they made it not module?
I think like I didn't dig into the history to there's some commit like convert them, restrict them from module usage, but I didn't find like any explanation for those. So that's why I want to have like discussion about the possible.
I'm trying to get hold of Daniel. Let's see if he'll end up attending.
Not only the governors, right? I submitted some RFC recently for the CPU idle generic cooling. That can also be module. You don't need to be built in for that.
Yeah, that's our ideal goal. Make as many of things as a module as possible. That way, the actual core kernel can be the same across devices, and doesn't have any craft from unrelated devices.
Yeah, so I changed that to be a modular because I added some export symbols and make it modular. So
was this the last one?
There's one more. Virtual sensor support, but I think Daniel just sent out like a sale several days ago about that, which is super. I haven't got a chance to look at it, but the last one is really soft problem. At least that's some patches going in the flight.
Yeah, this was there for a while because we were thinking about adding dependencies and make an aggregate zone, and there was like complex proposals on this, but I don't know where it can be simple too. So you said Daniel has patches for this?
Yeah, he pinned like the chat room the other day when I'm doing the presentation. There's a patch definitely shared from here. If you look, I'm not sure if like the history of the chat is accessible, but let me find it. Maybe I can repost here. Okay, I just post that through the chat. Okay, maybe someone interested can look at that and test it and pushing that forward. All right, thanks. I think like let's conclude the summary discussion here. That's actually the last problem. Want to have a discussion.
All right.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Wei, and thank you, everybody else. We do have sort of an open sort of slot here. In fact, we have open topics until the top of the hour, pretty much. So if you have anything specific that you want to discuss with everybody that's here, then please just go ahead, unmute your mic and put your camera on, and the floor is yours. We do have sort of a break at 9 Pacific, and then at 9:15 we have the FW dev link, which was rescheduled given that a number of people couldn't make it earlier. So that one will start pretty much on time. So from here to there, you have the floor.
That's kind of wrong info. It's starting at 8:40 a.m. It was at 9:15. The firmware dev link has been rescheduled to 8:40.
Oh, has it been rescheduled at 8:40 then? I'm sorry. Let me just reload the page here. Oh, it has. I'm so sorry. Then I'm sort of using a wrong schedule. Thank you for that, Sarvana. Okay, I'm sorry about that. So we have about 13 or so minutes of open topics. And then we're at 8:40, we are doing the FW dev link. Again, apologies for the confusion here. So it seems this schedule changes as I refresh it every single time. But anyway, all good. So the floor is to whoever wants to take it at this point. You've got 13 minutes to go. Okay, so we are about to start the FW DevLink discussion. So if those who are participating want to step forward, I will sort of mute myself and put the webcam off. Although I will repeat that in a minute since it's supposed to start 8:40, and I won't assume that everybody's back online. But in the case where you're taking part of this and you're already here, please get ready to get started with that.
I'm here. We'll see if Rob speaks up or somebody else.
Excellent. So I thought I had seen Rob somewhere this morning, but maybe I sort of misread. I can't see him here on the list right now, at least. But the floor is open for the FW DevLink discussion. So I'll disappear here, and I'll let the folks who are in charge take the forefront here.
Karim, can you give me access to present a PDF or whatnot?
Yes, for sure. Give me 1 second here. I'll give you presenter. Oh, okay, you've done. Okay, good. Thanks.
Okay. There it is. I'm trying to figure out how to push a new one. I'm just trying to present the LPC slides again. I see. Okay, well, I'm hoping Rob can. Rob is a cousin. He moved it for him. Since we're waiting for some of the key folks to join in, if anybody else had thoughts on any of the topics here, feel free to chime in. Until then, I'll kind of just wait for them and try to get them to join. John or Sumit, do you guys have access to Rob through other means than the Matrix chat?
I'm looking at the moment. I don't know if he made the transition from Freenode back in the day. So I think Karim just emailed him.
Yeah, I just did send an email, so hopefully he gets that on time for the present slot.
I'm wondering if you didn't refresh his website and he still thinks it's like 20-40 minutes later. Hopefully not.
Hi, Sarvana. I have one new question on firmware DevLink.
Go on.
So for a couple of our devices, we still set deferred probe timeout.
Okay.
And if we don't set that timeout, then it doesn't boot with firmware DevLink.
What do you set it to? I'm just kidding. Is this setting it to 1, and is that what's happening?
So we are setting it to 30.
Does it need to be 30? Does it just work just as well if you set it to 1? There's a reason I'm asking it.
I have not tried it yet. I can give it a quick try right now, if that helps. So we have been carrying this. We have been carrying this command.
Sorry, go on.
So no, I was just saying that we have been carrying this bootag for a while now. We have not tried to change it. We know that if we don't set it, then let's say, so I know for sure that Poco F1 and OnePlus 6, they don't boot. I have yet to try it on DB45.
Good if we can report what the actual issues are. There are a couple of possibilities. One is the one I'm kind of presenting here, where it's an actual device that has an actual driver could be written for it, but it's not written. But in DT, you're marking yourself dependent on that device. So one example that came up upstream is some device where they have an interconnect device, and like say, I think they have some other device depending on the interconnect, but they don't have any interconnect driver at all in upstream. And for that reason, firmware DevLink kind of continuously waits for that driver to come up, and it never comes up, so it never lets the device continue probing. So that's the kind of what I've drawn here and I kind of shown. In your case, it could be this, or it could be a case of where the drivers are not being implemented in the right way. So for example, if you have a compatible string and your driver just passes the DT node, just finds the DT node, reads the value and does stuff without actually going through the driver core, that might cause those issues too. There are already some patches there that I've sent out, there are already log messages that if you enable will tell you why it's not probing or what devices aren't probing for what reason. I've also sent some more patches in the past few weeks, which will allow you to kind of easily query it from sysfs if you can get to console. So yeah.
I can clarify a bit more about the Poco F1 and OnePlus 6. The issues there seems to just be related to DSI displays. So obviously lots of testing happens on like the RB3 with the HDMI output port, but with the DSI panels, the device tree gets a little more complicated, and that seems to be something which is generally missed in testing. So the device will actually boot sometimes, but there's just a lot of spam. And what seems to be happening is as the GPU and the display controller and the various like parts in the DRM MSM driver probe, they don't probe in the right order with firmware DevLink enabled, and so the clocks don't come up. So it could perhaps be an issue where the clocks are like there's an implicit probe order, which has just been relied upon, and it just happened to work, but it wasn't enforced in any particular way. And firmware devlink changes that ordering, and so now the clocks don't get enabled in the right order.
Okay. So okay, I did see something like this mentioned above, and then I was like waiting for more information. I didn't find any other information upstream, so I kind of the thread just died off. If it's an implicit order of driver A needs to turn on clocks for driver B to work, I think firmware devlink is just pointing out the issue. There's nothing I can do to kind of fix that. Changing ordering wise, I went through a lot of pain to make sure the order doesn't change unless it's a clear, yeah. So I'm kind of surprised where the ordering change is happening. I'm not saying it's not happening, but more details, if somebody can debug and point out, hey, this is why firmware devlink is changing the ordering, it shouldn't. I think that it'd be feasible to fix. One case where I know it does change ordering, but more is that if you have a child depending on a parent, and the parent is a supplier of the child device, then the parent needs to finish probing fully before the child will start probing. I don't know if that's kind of having an impact either.
Yeah, it's definitely something that I'll need to do a lot more proper research into. Right now, it's mostly just a theory.
Yeah. Also, so one thing, most of the issues that typically have shown up with firmware devlink is it prevents devices from probing. And then those are things I can definitely help debug and fix them either in the drivers or in firmware devlink. Once it starts becoming a driver-specific issue, it kind of starts going out of my domain of expertise.
Yeah, it seems some stuff with frame buffer device emulation, at least in the MSM driver, seems to have an impact on that, because then it changes the dependencies and it wants to bring up the clocks and the DSI controller earlier so that it can create a frame buffer device and run it to the display before the actual like GPU firmware is loaded and the graphics driver is up.
And there's another possibility with clocks that I have fixed. I rather sent the patches upstream. There's some comments I need to kind of get back on them. One thing that firmware devlink combined with sync state callbacks tries to help with is if you have a clock on, say left by the bootloader, and you have a bunch of other devices depending on the clock, it'll make sure the clock doesn't get turned off until all the devices get a chance to probe. But those patches haven't landed upstream yet, so that's something you could try out in case that's the one that's, if you think it's a clock issue, that would be something you could try out. I sent a link to that in the Matrix chat. If you want to give that a shot later on. If you think it's a clock issue, you can give that a shot. If it's not a clock issue, that link won't help.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Let's see, Rob, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, hey, great.
Sorry, I got distracted with
yeah, no worries.
Other channel.
Yeah, so I had a bunch of kind of topics listed to try to continue where we left off. I'm not really presenting them because I haven't figured out how to do that. But the first thing I wanted to cover, since you're the one here, I don't think Greg is here, is basically continue this discussion on what we want to do. We talked about a bunch of things like command line, timeout, like a syssurface you could write to from user space, maybe marking things as optional in DT. So I kind of want to go over them. One main fundamental question I want to figure out here is, as it is, the kernel doesn't allow B to probe. Are we saying we should make the kernel by default allow B to probe, or are we okay with asking the platform or user to go change the command line, change DT, or change the user space to allow B to probe? I think that's the main question we need to answer first.
I don't know that we can know generically, so you either have to be told some way, whether it's DT or a command line or. or user space.
Yeah, because one of the question to me was like, hey, before you turned it on, and it used to work fine for me. Now you broke it.
Yeah, that's the big problem with forward compatibility, where you have a newer DT and an older kernel. So you go in and you like add clocks, and before you had dummy clocks, and now you're waiting for the clock driver.
Newer DT and older kernel. Yeah, right. Correct. Yeah. So
that one's kind of bad because you would still need the dummy clocks, so that would never work. But adding pin muxing's one where the default pin muxing probably works for you.
The one example that is actually happening is I think it's like a display device or whatever. Some device that the consumer is saying has an interconnect binding pointing to another node, but another node doesn't have an interconnect driver. So obviously the interconnect is left on at boot, otherwise nothing's going to work.
Right.
And they're like, oh, we haven't implemented the interconnect driver yet, but we still used to boot up before this. Let's say this display used to work, but now it's not. Is it okay for me to say go ahead and set default probe time mode equal to 1? Because that'll fix the use case for sure.
Yeah, or I mean, the other option is to mark that some way as optional.
Yeah, but then I was thinking about this too. If you mark it as optional, it's really saying it's optional for Linux for the current state of this kernel, right? Because once you implement the interconnect driver, the display driver is probably going to defer probe until the interconnect comes up. So I was saying, is it really? It's not really optional at that point, I think. Right?
Well, if it's, I mean, would it be broke? Is there a way that it would be broken? And it would not. You would not get bus scaling or whatever you're doing implemented.
No. So if you're saying in DT, let's say we mark this interconnect as optional, firmware doubling is not going to enforce that, which means this the display driver would probe and say, oh, interconnect isn't there. Either defer probe or it'll continue, like you said, saying, oh, I lost some interconnect isn't there. Because typically firmware doubling would enforce it for me. But so really, we do want it to work.
That's an argument that it shouldn't be in DT.
No, I agree. I'm open to all ideas, right? Like I'm open to talking myself out of DT too. And the only real solution seems to be command line, in my opinion, because that way you can change it, saying, okay, I know this kernel doesn't support all the devices, so I'll kind of defer probe time mode after 1 second of init or whatnot.
We could have a no-op interconnect driver, and that compatible is part of that driver, and then when you have a real driver, you get rid of that.
Yeah, would we be willing to pick it up? Like maybe interconnect maintainer would, but will that be a standard solution?
Or it could not even be a driver. It could just be a list of compatibles that are unhandled.
True.
I'd be willing to pick that up until the list is, 100 entries.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be more, is my feeling.
But it should be a rotating list, right? Because eventually you should have a driver for it, and that gets removed.
Are you willing to bet? Okay, that's one. But another thing I was thinking about is that now that kind of complicates what if it's like the string I'm looking for, so like a second string in the compatible, but the first string actually has a driver, right? The more specific compatible match could have a driver, and I'm only so that it's.
Well, you wouldn't want a generic string, because then we'd have the same problem as simple bus.
Yeah, which is another topic. But I mean, I don't know enough about the existing DT to say, are there cases where a specific driver, is also a generic driver for another device? I think there are.
The main, well, that's kind of like the handoff issues, and the simple FB is one of them, I think, but that's usually binding to a different node, and then you need the handoff.
Yeah, I'm not aware of what that is. But yeah, whether it's a dummy interconnect driver or whatnot, I think all of them will still hit the same issue. So maybe I'm overthinking it. If you have a dummy interconnect driver, so then this will continue probing, that could technically be a more generic match for some other device. It could end up probing that as a dummy driver. I don't think we need to account for that, maybe.
You don't think we need to account for that?
Yeah, like how often is it happening is what I don't think it's a realistic use case where like you have both drivers compiled in and there's like a generic one that tries to, you know.
I think well, if you're trying to mix DT versions, it happens. That's where the deferred probe timeout came from originally, was complaints about new DTs not working with old kernels, and SUSE is or was doing that.
So sorry, in that case, you're saying if you're saying if you write a dummy driver for one compatible string, are saying in a newer DT it could be a generic driver, or
no, in a if you'd probably have to backport it, but or do stable kernels to really solve it, where you didn't have an interconnect node and then you add an interconnect node. You can't go back in time on the kernel other than stable updates.
right? I think backporting to stable is not too bad.
Yeah, and if it's just adding compatible strings, I think we can do that.
Yeah.
It's the similar thing is done with PCI IDs.
Okay.
If you're just adding those, I think they get backported to stable kernels.
I don't know how it fits in the context of why adding a new PCI would prevent an old kernel from booting. Go ahead.
No, it just enables like new revs of PCI cards to work on stable kernels.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Okay. Basically, the hardware is not really different. The same driver would work, so you just kind of go back and add that.
But they changed the dev ID or something.
Yeah, I think it'll have to be a compatible string. So every time if I find a suppler, I need to go check if it's a compatible string and then ignore it. Okay. So are we settling on that, or are we? Or if we can say use defer probe time mode equal to 1, I would rather go for that because you wouldn't have to maintain this list. But I don't know if it's an acceptable answer. So I'm kind of trying to get your opinion on that. I mean, that's what we added defer probe time mode for, right? Like you said, it's to deal with this kind of incompatibility issues.
Yeah, I mean, originally it was for just debugging, and then we kind of said it's not just debug.
Yeah.
But then it doesn't work for, what was the case, NFS root or something like that.
Yeah, we ran into the issue, I guess, where people were running into trouble with the default set to 30 because they were wanting their root file system to come up a little faster. And the other trouble is, I guess, the networking code waits till the modules are finished loading in order to kick off. And so we were basically deferring boot for 30 seconds in those cases.
In this case, I'm asking them to set to 1. I don't know if that's going to break other cases. I guess it will. Will it break other cases? Yeah, I mean, yeah, it could. if there are models that are yet to be loaded and you said defer probe equal to 1, and their consumers could fail because of the timeout causing eProbe defer to get changed to enode.
There's a comment in the chat by Bjorn that you might want to take a look at.
Let me see.
Yeah, we're just ignoring him.
Yeah. He was, okay.
And I'm here to say that you can't.
Yeah, he doesn't like the timeout. He's saying they're kind of forced to build in the drivers. But even if you don't have the timeout, then the only thing is a list of compatibles that the kernel doesn't support. Is that going to solve your case, Bjorn? Somebody get him a newer laptop.
Is it a Qualcomm laptop?
I'm not naming anybody here. Yeah, Bjorn, I understand a lot of hardware and probing because you don't have providers. So the solution, if you don't like the timeout, the other solution is basically have a list of providers that the kernel is saying we don't have drivers for. Is that going to solve your situation, Bjorn? Having a list that you'll have to go update saying these things don't have a driver.
Yeah, and thanks for repeating what's written, because the actual chat is not unlike the other a microconference streamed with the video. So if you pick something up from the chat, please repeat it. So thank you, Sarvana, for doing that, but please continue doing that again for the future as well.
Thank you. Okay, I will wait to see Bjorn response.
So, the other thing I had suggested in the microconference was some sort of I'm done loading modules.
Yeah, but then goes back to the same problem, right? You need to change user space. What if you're not even able to get to user space? Because of this.
And why does it matter?
What do you mean? Why does it matter?
Okay.
Okay. Number one, you're asking them to change something. Then it goes back to if you're changing something, you can ask them to change GT or kernel. There are a bunch of changes they can do. So that's one issue. But another issue is if you can't get to user space, then you don't have a way to echo the value in.
True.
Or another one is like a crazy one I suggested.
Shouldn't we be able to figure that case out though? Because we're stuck and can't get to user space.
Yeah, but it could crash though. I don't know why. Like, yeah, I don't know. Who knows what driver does what crazy stuff. So just to throw in the other idea I had called out, one other option is have a timer that keeps it getting extended each time you load a module. If not, you kind of give up after some time. Also, yeah. I'm thinking more about, I'm wondering if, sorry, go on, bro.
I don't think there's an actual problem there, because if your driver that you don't have, if you don't have the driver, you know it's in a module. And so there's a built-in assumption that you can get to user space there.
True, but then again, they still need to make changes.
And if it's optional, it's not going to block your boot either.
No, yeah, I get that. Number one, I don't think it will fly with Greg. But number two is that it still won't solve this problem, right? We're trying to make the default kernel. If you're going to ask them to make a change to be able to boot, the simplest change is just use defer probe timer equal to 1. It's going to work for them. Right?
By the way, I think there's some more input from Bjorn on the chat there.
Okay, I have drivers that. So Bjorn is saying, I have drivers, but I want to be able to compile them as modules. Example, core power domains, which are compiled as modules, causes an eProbe differs from, and depending on the order, things may or may not probe before the timeout. Okay.
So I understand that that's why you don't want to do a timeout, but
that's a whole other issue, right? I'm not sure if it's tied to firmware developing, is it?
Yeah, if you have all the modules and you can boot, what's the issue?
That's a good question. I think he has some of them as modules, but he still has other providers that don't have drivers. Maybe is that what he's trying to say? Bjorn, do you have the issue that the system may or may not come up in a consistent state? Okay, so Bjorn, question to you is: do you have providers that you will never load drivers for, but you still want their consumers to probe because those providers are optional? Is that a real situation for you? If that's not an issue, then firmware developing as it is works for you. You don't need to do anything. Like Rob was saying, if you have all your drivers, there's nothing to do. There's only the case where you don't have a driver and it'll never be loaded. That's the issue we're trying to solve. So we have, I think, 15 minutes left, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
Yeah, you do. So it's up to 9:25. But if my memory serves me right, you've just got a break right after you. So
you're right. And an open topic. Okay.
Yeah, if you don't want to honor the break, that's fine by me. People can walk out if they want to, that sort of business. It's up to you guys.
Okay. So Rob, the best or the best within code solution looks like the compatible string for now. If you don't want to change the kernel. Sorry, if you don't want to ask them to change the rest of the setup around the kernel, if you don't want them to change DT or command line or user space, the only real solution seems to be a compatible list. More like incompatible list. Do we want to do that? I don't like it, but I don't know what to do. What else to do?
It's either that or push on the I'm done loading modules trigger.
Yeah.
If only to push some discussion about an alternative way to solve it.
I mean, that's what this discussion is about, right? I think this is the discussion to solve, or ways to solve it.
So I'm sorry. One thing I was curious about is if you just set the deferred probe timeout default to 1.
No, that's yeah.
But like by default, what's the downside on that one?
I think it's 2 downsides. Number one, for a fully modular system, firmware developing is effectively off by default, right? Because at late in it, you start 1 second timer. After that, you basically stop enforcing firmware developing equal to on. The other part is, I think, cases like where Bjorn or like other use cases where they're saying, oh, if you set the deferred probe timeout, you're going to start failing things immediately. Basically, if they need deferred probe timeout to be longer than, actually, I don't know it fully, but I think basically where things used to probe before because of eprobe deferred, they might not probe anymore because now we're returning enode.
Okay, because it was one of those things where I was trying to understand how, because folks were saying that with deferred probe timeout equals 1, it was working, and so I guess just having that 1 second seems to make it work.
Yeah, the one. Okay, so to clarify, that will work for cases where you have config models enabled because it's a def config for ARM64, but you really have everything that you care for built in. Right, then if you set it to 1, you're basically saying, like nothing important is getting loaded as modules. I'm good as it is. That's what it'll kind of unblock.
And by the way, there's some discussion of that in the chat. If you want to take a look at that.
Yeah, I saw that. basically Bjorn is saying if you set it to 1, you're effectively saying you need to find all your modules within the first 1 second, which kind of goes to my earlier point about on a system where the kernel is entirely modular, where all the drivers are modules, we're effectively saying firmware dev-link won't do anything useful after 1 second, which is too short.
What if you set it to 1 and then user space could extend it?
Which is my third bullet. It's just a roundabout way of saying that, right? I'm saying set a timer for 5 seconds. Every time you load a module, keep extending it.
All right.
Is that an option you want to do? That's actually, we could talk about that as an option. It wouldn't be default probe timeout. We can call it something else.
It's slightly different in that user space is in control of it and can either extend it or end the timeout.
True. True.
I'm not sure if that would help the NFS case. I have to think about that.
It's saying in a standard distro, I'm not in control of my user space. Is that true? I mean, do other people buy that argument?
Bjorn probably is,
to work out of the
the
box.
average user maybe not.
So is it okay? I want to kind of move to other ones too. So I'm rating this as either incompatible list or a timer that you keep extending. And then third option, or in order of preference, is have a command that user space can run to tell all modules are loaded. The further down you go, the more work you need from users. Does it seem fair?
Yeah.
I really want to give the timer thing a shot. All right, people can oppose to it where you set a timer and then you extend it. Every time a module is loaded, so we know user space is active. So the worst case there is if you are going to extend by say n seconds every time a module is loaded. After the last module is loaded, you're going to have a delay of n seconds before you continue with whatever. We can make both those values configurable. Like firmware, dev-link, initial timeout, and timeout extension, whatever you want to call it, right? And then we can default them to like 5 seconds and then 5 and 5, some number like that. So you wait 5 seconds before the first module is loaded, and after that, for every module you load, you extend it by 5 seconds.
You may want to tie that to each probe happening.
That's fine too. I wasn't sure if it made a difference, but do you think it will?
Probably not, but maybe it's
I'll do it. Maybe, yeah. Actually, should even be each probe starting, right, or succeeding?
Depends if you do parallel module loading.
Yeah, I am going to do that. But yeah, I can kind of tie it to some amount of probe stuff too.
I think one of the worst cases is if you have spinning Rust and it has to spin up.
That's why I kind of should ask. Maybe I should put it to probe starting too successfully, even if it fails, as long as you're finding a new driver that's probing a new device or a device. Then you want to give it time to do its thing. Yeah. Okay, but I guess it's pretty much a question for Rob. Do you want me to try this timer thing before the incompatible list?
Yeah, I think if we could get that to work, that would be good.
Okay. Okay, so I'm basically going to do incompatible list. Sorry, I'm going to do this timer that keeps getting extended, make them both command and configurable, and set them to some defaults. Worst case, your boot is delayed by some amount, but otherwise things should just work. And then if that doesn't work out, I'll go to incompatible list. So that's the conclusion for this topic.
And note that Bjorn says extending the timeout sounds reasonable. At least
Yeah.
better than a fixed timeout.
Great. Okay, let me quickly note that down before I forget what we discussed. No DT changes. That's not an option. We talked about it. First, most user-friendly option is incompatible list. Second one is set timer and extend. And then third option is user space sysfs to inform module loading is done. But I'm going to do timer and extend first because that's more friendly to kernel developers while being reasonable for users. Okay. So I have a bunch of other things to discuss. Basically, I want to talk to you. It's not really fully firmware development related, or anyway, I want to talk about the simple bus discussion, Rob, because I wasn't fully sure I understood the email. And then other topics I had was talk about asynchronous boot. Are there any other issues people see? And then another one is I'm going to do topologically sorted probing. Basically, currently, every device that eProbe defers gets added to the deferred probe list and gets attempted for any random probe succeeding, which is kind of useless. So instead, you will just kind of go by supplier, probe, go try all its consumers kind of way. That's what I mean by topological. The end effect is you'll have a topologically sorted probe. Thanks, Karen.
Yeah, just want to let you know that you're officially got 5 minutes, but as I said, you can go on, but we will start afterwards with whatever topic comes back.
Okay, and those are the main topics. After that was going to be like if other people wanted to chime in on DT properties, we are not parsing anymore, or anything else that can be done to improve debugging. Those are the topics. So do you have a preference on what to go next, Rob?
On the DT properties missing, it's one thing I was wondering about. What if anything will we do with all the like vendor specific properties that typically point to like a system controller where we don't have formal bindings for?
I never understood syscon and never managed to dig through the code to figure out what the hell that was. What is syscon? That's what you mean with system controller, right?
Well, in hindsight, we probably never should have had it. But effectively, what the syscon compatible is a flag to create a reg map. That's it.
Yes. So by default, they're all mapped. Is that what it's doing? No, that doesn't make sense.
No, just to create a reg map instance, and you can get it. Then on top of that, often certain hardware modules and drivers need to go twiddle with some miscellaneous bits somewhere, right?
Got it. Now I remember. So reg map as like a reg map framework where you kind of map with the base address. So all you need to know is the offsets. You just say, take this reg map, add this offset, write to it. I don't care if it's I2 or whatnot. Okay. Okay, so what is that?
So we've gotten a little stricter because early on you could just have a node that was just syscon, but there's not really any such thing. That doesn't describe any hardware. So now you have to at least have a specific compatible for that.
What's the question on that though? You're saying somebody could wait on the syscon to get mapped before they.
So on top of those, you often have in some other node, like your USB controller, you have some property, call it like Qualcomm foobar, right? And it points back to that syscon. And you have some bits in that hardware module that you got to go toggle at some point.
For USB to work.
Maybe it's one time, or maybe it's some PHY control or whatever. It's all over the map and what it could be. So we don't really track that dependency and don't really have any way to really.
Right. So so that I understand this, you're saying the USB will depend on syscon to have been populated, like with the reg map, for the USB to successfully probe or function. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah.
Okay.
And like adding those DT properties in to track them doesn't really scale either, because it's hundreds of them probably.
Yeah, that's why I haven't tried adding any vendor specific stuff, even though it's simple. Would not doing them using firmware debugging give them an incentive to not come up with their own bindings, or is there like no way to even generalize them?
It could be a lack of having a common binding, but probably often it's not possible.
I'm just reading what Bjorn is saying. It's saying in Qualcomm terms, we use syscon to expose TCSR to all the various drivers that need to poke at it. So TCSR is basically like a common register space that contains a bunch of stuff. We do that because TCSR is just a bunch of, okay, Bjorn is saying effectively what I said. Bunch of random registers lumped into one space. Yeah, I guess I'm less, I care about that less at this point, I guess. Maybe after I fix everything else, I can come back to it and worry about it. That's my current view on it.
And maybe you could solve it with syscons have to be probed first, or have a higher priority to probe or something like that.
So, I mean in general, yeah.
I mean, they probably generally don't have a lot of dependencies.
I might. Okay, there's something I've thought about it, but I don't want to do it now because I want to get general stuff working first before I touch that, because it's going to affect the design. I'm thinking at some point we could have like a macro the drivers could add saying this is how you parse my specific binding. So when you load the driver, you might get some additional detail on how to deal with it. And really has nothing to do with driver registering, probing. If you load a module can say, hey, these are the additional bindings. These are the functions you call to.
So
I don't know how. Yeah, I need to
so
think
that
more
would be
about
dependencies not in DT, but the driver is aware of.
No, these are basically. So we have like supplier, we have parse supplier bindings array of like all the compatible all the DT properties we parse in a common sense. Basically, this would just be a way of adding stuff to the end of it. Think of it that way. It's not literally doing that, but that would be the effective impact. So we don't have to have all vendor-specific parsing of the properties in the common code. But the problem is that we do the parsing really early on. So I need to kind of figure out, once they start registering new stuff, how do I deal with it without going and creating firmware node links that I intentionally dropped earlier on. So it's kind of messy. But that's one option I thought about.
Sounds fun. Good luck with that.
Yeah, I don't know. So that's why I said I want to keep that for the last. Long story short, worst case, if I don't handle it, honestly, I don't care. It's syscon. Yeah, they can read it and do eprobe differ. It's fine. And for that one case, if they want to eprobe differ a couple of times, it's not the end of the world. Okay, so I want to talk about a simple bus. So Rob, basically, I don't know what you're in. I read your email a couple of times. I wasn't sure if you're agreeing or not. But long story short, there are two ways. One is have a deny list saying, if it's these compatible strings, don't probe them with the simple bus driver. Another way is to say, these are all the ones I know for a fact are simple bus or equivalent. It's okay to probe these. I'm asking, let's have an allow list, because we don't know what the hell existing DT DT firmware is outside of the kernel. And if you make this as an allow list, you won't break any of the existing ones. You might not fix all of the currently broken ones, but you can keep adding to them as you find broken ones.
Yeah, I think the complexity here is multiple meanings
Actually,
of simple bus, and
I'll do a quick context for other people who are listening, if they're interested. To solve a bunch of different issues related to firmware debugging, mainly the one you've noticed first is with respect to getting sync state callbacks correctly. We are trying to probe simple bus devices, so devices which have simple bus and their compatible strings. But we're trying to make sure we do that only for devices that cannot be probed by other drivers. That's what we're discussing here. And the question is, should we have an allow list of things to probe or a deny list of things not to probe? Sorry, bro, go ahead.
So the complexity on this one is that if you have simple bus plus something else, what is the meaning of simple bus? And I think we probably have to firm up what simple bus means, and that it means that there is no dependency ordering, and that it's safe to go probe all the children. And if that's not the case, then it's not a simple bus.
Sorry, now what? Okay, just. Are you talking about the meaning of it in DT or what we should be doing? I think you're talking about the farmer, right? You're trying to define what simple bus means?
Yeah, and what the kernel can assume or not assume.
Okay, can you repeat it? What the point you're making?
So if you have simple bus, it needs to mean that you don't have any ordering dependency and you can go probe the children.
Before the parent.
That there's not any dependency on something happening with the parent.
Okay.
DT doesn't know anything about probing or not probing, right? But
right.
It's got to be defined in that way for DT, and then what that means for the kernel is that it's safe to go probe the children.
But okay, let's say that's, yeah, I don't disagree with that. But if you're writing a driver that's going to probe a simple bus, whether the child has a dependency on a parent or not doesn't matter. You don't want to accidentally probe the parent device with our fake simple bus driver instead of letting the real driver probe the parent.
Yeah. So the problem we have is that hasn't been the definition necessarily, and there's probably things that will break with that, right?
No, I'm saying even with your definition, it's still pretty wide open. Even with your definition, somebody can go add simple bus to their compatible and be correct, right? All you're saying is child shouldn't depend on the parent.
Yeah.
That's like a pretty wide open, flexible definition. A lot of cases that could be true.
But the case that came up, you do depend on the parent, right?
What case came up?
Ulf's case, right?
No, Ulf's case is no. I don't remember Ulf's case, but in reality, Ulf's case is literally just a simple bus node. There's nothing fancy about it. He didn't have like multiple compatible strings or anything like that. Ulf's case is a very normal, simple case of having a simple bus. Yeah,
yeah, so I can just share a little bit. So the problem I had was that in one of those child nodes below the simple bus, they had a handle to a power domain provider, and that was outside of that child or of that hierarchy in a completely separate node. And So that was the
So
relationship.
and so sorry, go on.
No, it's done.
Okay. So one thing that SyncState does is if you have a device now that has a bunch of children, but you haven't added them yet to the device list, you still need to make sure the supplier doesn't think it's okay to do it SyncState. So it creates a device link between the parent node and the supplier node. I'm kind of simplifying things a bit here, but that's what it does. And then once the child nodes are added, typically through the probe of the parent, the child nodes will get a chance to create device links to the supplier, so the supplier won't get sync state before the child nodes are done. But we need to remove the parent's proxy link that was maintaining to the supplier. And the way it's removed is when the parent probes successfully, that proxy link just goes away. And that's kind of what we discussed. In this case, the parent is a simple bus node that wasn't getting probed because nobody probed the simple bus. And we're trying to probe it with the dummy driver so that it takes care of this issue and a bunch of other potential issues. So Rob's case is a simple case of just a node with a simple bus. Sorry, Wolf's case.
So do we actually have a case where we need to track the simple bus dependency? Where we need to wait for probe?
I'm not sure I understand. But we talked about this and said, okay, the best, cleanest solution seems to be to probe the simple bus. So it takes care of sync state. And I think that helps in general. So I don't want to revisit that part. Or I don't even remember the full discussion there. But that was definitely the simplest solution, probing simple bus.
Well, before devlinks, there wouldn't have been any dependency ordering, right? And platforms worked if they had a driver.
So just to be clear, this doesn't break
for their simple bus.
This doesn't break any probing at all. This is zero impact on probing. This is about the sync state callback that we added after from my devlink got added, which says all your consumers have actually probed successfully. You can go to whatever cleanup you need to do. That's the thing that's broken because simple bus doesn't probe.
Okay, yes. But if you remove simple bus from the probing list, then that would fix it as well.
Not.
You exclude simple bus nodes.
But I do need to create the proxy device link so that until the child gets added, you have a chance to keep the sync state from happening.
But can't you remove it instead of waiting for it to probe to remove it?
But you could. Question is, when would you remove it? And then it goes back to the case of, oh, should I remove it if it's more like, XYZ, comma, simple bus? The same issue is there too.
So I'm saying yes. If it has simple bus, you just always remove it.
That wouldn't be right because you could. No, because you want to still have the parent finish probing, right?
No, you just ignore that dependency because you said it's a simple bus, so it's simple.
Man, I don't want to go revisit this. Can you just agree on how to probe it?
I mean, we didn't have that dependency tracking before all this, so.
No, but we didn't have sync state before this. That's the point. So it's like, yeah, we are trying to do something new that works. And there's no sync state before. The sync state depends on firmware doubling, so we're trying to figure out how to get it to work correctly.
Well, we just need to define the rules for when you have when you need it and when you don't, when you have the dependency and when you don't, right? And there's probably some cases of we're back to allow and deny lists kind of. There's some cases where you do have second compatible and you need the dependency, and there's probably lots of cases where you don't. And if it's out of tree, the rule should be that you don't have simple bus.
Noted, Karan. 5 more minutes before the break is done. Thank you. Right? You're on mute if you're talking, or at least we can hear you.
Can't hear you, Karan.
We can hear you, Karan.
I'm sorry. I was just saying the break is supposed to sort of end right now. I was muted with my wireless mic. Anyway, so the break is supposed to be finished now, but I don't want to sort of stop you necessarily from continuing to talk because the next slot is an open slot, but I do want to leave the opportunity for anybody here that wants to take that slot to actually sort of take it, since you guys have been talking for a while here. So does anybody need the next open slot, or is it okay to just let Sarvana and Rob sort of continue here?
Okay, I'll take that we can continue, but feel free to interrupt us.
All right. So you guys have got the next slot here up until 10 Pacific. At which time there is actually a slot that's taken for the AOSP Dev Board collaboration. So that will be the last 20 minutes, I think. At least there is yet another open slot at the end, the tail end there, in case it needs to sort of go on. All right. So all yours.
Rob, so driver versus not driver, both of them end up with allow versus deny list kind of discussion. I would really like to keep the driver probe method because number one, the simple PM bus, and it might help with other future firmware dev-link issues, even if it's not related to SyncStay. And another thing is the place where I decide where to create this proxy link from is in the generic driver port code. So trying to get it to understand simple bus kind of complicates it further. So yeah.
Right. And having it probe would, I do think would be good, though it gets into the how you handle multiple matches.
Yeah, so for that, my proposal is let's go with an allow list saying these are the things you're allowed to probe. We can obviously put simple bus in there, anything that's equivalent of it that's in the current upstream DT nodes, we can keep adding them. We'll grep them and add them. If you find someone that we missed, we can just always add them and we're done. We're guaranteed not to break because, for example, I know in some chips, Qualcomm downstream has a DT node. I think it's a camera node, and they have it does a specific driver, but it also has a comma simple bus. I've already sent them emails like, please don't do this, but I know it's done, and I'm sure there are other people like that who might be doing it. And if you do a deny list, we're going to end up matching with that node and causing a bunch of failures. And we have no way of finding who all is breaking. That's why I don't want to do a deny list.
I need the.
Sorry, you broke up for a second. You said I need, and then we didn't hear you.
I need to read the thread again, but
yeah, I'm not sure there's not much more there. It's really comes down to this. We need to match simple bus. If it's a secondary match, not the primary match, what do we do? And we could either say these are the primary matches that you're allowed to probe if it has simple bus, or we can say these are the primary matches you're not allowed to probe if it has a simple bus in the compatible. And I'm saying let's go with the explicit case of listing which primary compatible strings are okay to probe bind to if you have a simple bus in it.
Yeah, so in either way, I think the list could get long. I think that's the problem.
Yeah, one way at least we know what we can theoretically go through every DT node and know what the worst case is. The other one you can't. That's my concern.
So I think if we go your route, we have to start saying don't add more specific compatible.
If they can add it, if they want to add it, just go update the kernel too. When you start adding new DT properties to the upstream thing, go update this thing too.
And I'll say, why do you need to add this?
Yeah, you can say that. If it doesn't make sense, they shouldn't, right? But the point is, if it's not a simple bus, if it's not a simple bus, create your own compatible and bind it. Ideally, don't even add simple bus because you have the off platform populate function to do exactly the same thing, right?
Right.
In the explicit example of the camera thing, I don't think they should have been using simple bus, but that's what it is right now. So if you go make the denial list, it's going to break down. So are we kind of agreeing it's okay to go with allow list for now? I'm open with flipping it, but I would rather take it in the direction where I won't accidentally break a lot of people.
This is always the problem with simple whatever.
It's never simple. You can call it not so simple bus driver.
Oh, I have my simple whatever and plus this one other thing. This other person has their one other thing, and this.
Yeah. So yeah, is it okay if we go with the allow list for now?
I think so.
Okay. I'm also going to to address your concern, I'm going to kind of make it a little bit the way I implemented. I'm also going to make it so that it'll only bind to the allow list once. But if you have like you were saying, if somebody goes and adds a more specific string in the front, in user space, if they use a driver override, it'll still work for that. If you explicitly override it, then it'll still bind with that overridden thing. That way, there's at least a way to deal with this specific case without having to recompile the kernel. If it's kind of confusing, you'll see that when I send it out. But yeah, I just need to flip the flags a bit to invert a bunch of conditions. And
Driver override should allow pretty much anything, I think, right?
yeah, exactly. The way
here's all the rope. Have fun.
Yeah, yeah. The way I've sent it out, the current patch is sent out right now. If you just use driver override, it'll still say, "Oh, I don't match with it." I just need to fix it to say it's okay to match with it. Yeah. I'll try to wrap up this thing because the other main topics I had was asynchronous boot, debugging.
There's a question in the chat on debugging from Kevin. Is there a way after fully booted to view, let's see, the probe load orders of what actually happened?
Interesting question. Number one, the asynchronous probing, if we eventually get to it, it's going to be slightly different each time. But you could at least get the supply consumer dependencies of, okay, these devices for sure would have probed before this consumer. That stuff, you can get it today. It's in sysclass dev links. We have a device link. There's also a script in upstream. If you give a bunch of devices as inputs, it'll figure out all its dependencies and it'll give you a tree or like whatever format you want. Does that answer your question, Kevin?
Yeah, it does. But the point is, because it's different every time, it would be nice to get that output and do multiple boots, and then that's one kind of debugging tool to see what's happening and where the variability is, and kind of focus in your debugging.
So the different each time comment will only be true if I actually successfully enable default asynchronous probing. So today it should not be different each time. I think so. But like answer to your question, there's no direct way to get the actual code base that I know of. You do have the actual dependencies in sysfs if you want to follow them. And there's a script that kind of helps it easier to follow. It's called dev_needs.sh under scripts. That's all I have.
Okay, I didn't even know that there was a way to get that current list, so that would be helpful. Yeah.
Yeah, sys-class devlink. It has a list of all the device links. And for each device link, you can get more information. Is it like the one that kind of blocks probing or not? Is the supplier up? Is the consumer up? You have all kind of details like that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Rob, did you have any other properties other than syscon and some networking stuff that you are aware of that we aren't like parsing today? I tried to kind of grab through the YAML stuff to figure out all the ones I could find.
Yeah, I guess the real question is how to not have to think about this and know that we need to add properties.
And know what?
And how to not have to think about this one by one. What properties do we need to go add or search for it when we could possibly figure it out just from the schema directly. Though it seems like we have most of the things now, so.
Yeah. Yeah, schema thing, I kind of understand it, but it feels like there's still some amount of human intelligence needed there. Because you have some description describing when it's needed, when it's not needed. And...
Well, it's all machine parsable, so we could use it in new and interesting ways that besides just validation.
Okay. Yeah, no. I don't have much of a comment. I just don't know enough to try to do that, or at least last time I saw it looked like you still want to read the description and that might change your opinion on whether it needs to be parsed or not. But that's okay.
Like for example, anywhere we have a hash star cells is a pattern where we have a dependency, right?
Okay, because if you didn't have cells, then you wouldn't need like if,
so
okay.
So we can search the schema for every occurrence of having one of those, and if a new one shows up, we know we need to add it.
Okay. But I'll go grab for cells to see if I missed anything so far. But I see your point.
It's you know, dozens of lines of Python to go implement that.
Yeah, I've never parsed YAML. Yeah, I guess I could learn, but never dealt with it. I'll try to wrap up because I think most of the key ones are taken care of. Topological probing, nobody seems to care, but I guess I'll kind of deal with it if I hit an issue. We'll see how that goes. The other one is default asynchronous booting. We talked about MMC causing device numbering changes if you change the probe order. For those things, I'm just thinking of at a bus level, just disable asynchronous probing for all the drivers, unless they explicitly call it out as force asynchronous. And that'll enable us to get the benefit for the general case without blocking everybody. That's my current thought process. If people want to add other comments to it, I'd be happy to listen.
I think, like, to use MMC as the example there, even though it's solved with aliases, wouldn't it be the platform bus that we have to disable asynchronous because it's?
Is
it? Or is it the? Is it the order of the MMC hosts getting registered, or is it the MMC bus itself?
So if it's a host, then you don't need to touch platform, right? And if it's MMC bus, then you have to, right? Is that?
Yeah, and you wouldn't want to turn it off for all platform bus.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah, I know. I just don't know enough about MMC to know if the issue is with the bus or the. I'm thinking when they brought it up, they're talking about /dev MMC BLK P0 something, whatever. I like no, that number should come from the partition, right? I don't know.
It was the MMC drivers themselves that were. It was when we added async probe to the MMC drivers themselves is when we had problems.
But do you know if the drivers are in the platform bus drivers or if they're MMC bus drivers or something? I don't know.
Oh, they might have been platform. I think they're platform bus drivers. Yes.
Oh.
But so you would have to but I mean, you could have said for synchronous for it and it would have been okay, I think.
Yeah, I could manually go change all MMC drivers. I was trying not to have to deal with finding.
Right, MMC is solved, but if it wasn't,
yeah.
But I think MTD, you're going to end up with the same thing. I think I tried changing like the SPI NOR driver to async, and all of a sudden people's MTD numbers were all getting shuffled. And then that made people upset. So I haven't gone and dug exactly which things would need to be forced for it, but I can show you the one that broke it.
Yeah, I think that'll be a good start. How does SPI tie to MTD? Is it like a supplier or a consumer, or like how does it tie together? I don't know enough about either of those.
Well, SPI NOR is just a storage mechanism, and MTD is just it's essentially kind of like a disk on top of memory technology device. Is that what MTD is?
Yeah.
Okay. So.
But it's roughly the same thing. It was, a bunch of disks and partitions showing up in different orders, and people didn't like that.
So I thought the partition, like when you said, okay, then the numbering change that happened, is it /dev/ something, that number changed?
Yes.
But I thought that is all based on the partition order, not the probe order.
I mean, the main number is based on the probe order, right? So like MMC as an example, it'll be dev MMC block 0 P1 and P2. So BLK0, the first one, is based on the order that MMC devices probed or the alias. And then the P partition number is the partition. So.
Okay, we're running out of time, so let me wrap it up. I was going to say something. I lost my train of thought about this async thing. Oh, right. Async thing, I don't know how to find the issues. The obvious one is try to enable it by default, and then people will all yell, kind of like what happened for firmware dev link. But is there a better way to identify these issues before breaking them by enabling it by default? I'd be happy to know what that is. Cool. Looks like our time is ending. So thanks everyone. Thanks Rob for answering all these questions, and Ulf and Bjorn, John, whoever else jumped in. Doug, thank you. That gives me a lot of answers, so I can kind of proceed with some of the patches.
Well, thank you actually for a great session here. I think this was very productive. So looking forward to a continuation of this work and what comes out of it. All right, so we're about to switch to the AOSP efforts, community efforts discussion. This is the AOSP Dev Board collaboration start, and I'll let John take it from here.
All right, sorry, just swapping up the slides here. I don't actually have any slides, but I was just going to go something other than that. Yeah, so I just wanted to, there was kind of still a little bit of discussion that was going on yesterday when we finished. So I wanted to open the floor again just to continue that. I don't have a major agenda. I did kind of want to see if folks had any specific feedback on the idea of some sort of a lightweight mailing list and IRC sort of channel for trying to facilitate more kind of community collaboration. And more specifically, if there was any preferences on where that might be hosted. I'm kind of looking around inside of Linaro to see what we could do for that, but also at the same time, I want to make sure that if it's preferred to be a external thing altogether, that's something that I'd take the feedback on.
John, did you want to bring sort of like the conclusion slide that you had in your talk or something like that maybe up? Because there were some topics I think in there.
Okay, I'll have to upload it, but give me a second here.
Yeah, no trouble. And when you get the chance, you'll see there's a comment by Caleb in the chat about one thing that he's published there.
Okay, so Caleb's linked to a GitHub site which has some repos and howls for some of the form factor devices. That's exciting. Yeah, so I basically having something where we would have a easy to find reference point that would be able to point out to other GitHub projects and other things like that might be useful. The slide had this was, I think, here. So let's see. Kevin, I don't know. Maybe you might have some input. In another person who works on AOSP.
You mean on where to host this stuff?
Well, just kind of if you had any thoughts of what would be best to kind of create some sort of community on that.
Yeah, I think we need. I agree with your assertions that we need this, but I don't have any great ideas on where to start. You've got your finger on a definite problem. I agree.
I think we can start with a repo with a common HAL switch track upstream kernels. Just to give you an example, Caleb was working on a haptics driver, and downstream devices implement it using LED interfaces. And upstream interfaces use input class, input class drivers. So there was a total shift in how it should be implemented. And Caleb did a great job. He came up with a reference implementation. So if you are using upstream driver, upstream haptics driver, then we have a reference implementation now. So similarly, we know that we are struggling with V4L2 decoder 2 thing, right? So we can maybe collaborate on that HAL as well. Camera is again one thing which comes to my mind, but that I think is more complex than I think it is.
Yeah, and I definitely think the collaboration is good. I almost want to take a step above before we get to kind of the nuts and bolts of, shared projects or anything like that, just to the point where it's like, if people have a good suggestion for a URL name or something like that, that people would want for a way to find just a link of a page that would provide links to various projects. Maybe not. All our top marketers right here.
I think AOSP mainline is as good as anything. Always mainline and upstream always get confusing because people tend to redefine upstream to suit wherever they want to push it, and not like the project source. But
is there any downsides to hosting it through the GitHub link that Caleb's created? It's just one of those things where I know that GitHub can let you do sort of like pseudo web pages and things like that might be sufficient.
Yeah, you could do just a GitHub IO thing for this project and post the wiki and stuff there.
Alrighty. Well, I'll see if we can follow up on that then. Any other thoughts, feedback? I know kind of some of the discussion kind of went off into other AOSP wish lists and things like that. So I don't know if anyone else has anything we should follow up on, kind of push on Google for.
I think it would be really interesting to look into having more shared device repositories. For example, I know the RB3 and RB5 share a device repo, and they even share, like, it should be possible to share a boot image between them now, which we found recently. So that could be something which could be quite useful.
Are you thinking, like how I guess with the Dragon board directory, we're able to put a couple of different devices that are relatively related hardware-wise. Are you thinking of something grander than that?
Actually, for the Poco F1 and OnePlus 6, they're currently both in the same device repository, but they're still a bit segmented. The differences between them are actually pretty minor, to the point where if we were to have HALs which could make decisions at runtime on which configurations to use based on what device it's on, then we would actually be able to ship the same system vendor and boot images on both devices, because they're able to select the DTB. And then if, for example, the audio HAL has to use the different mixer configurations on them both, then if that could be selected at runtime based on the device or machine name from device tree, then it becomes completely generic.
This sounds similar to, I think, some of the efforts that Qualcomm uses already for their shipped, their system image, I guess. I believe they're able to touch on that across a number of different devices. But that's all for, their platform. Are you still thinking within the scope of a single SoC vendor, or are you thinking broader as sort of across different SoCs even?
Staying within one SoC seems sensible, I guess. It gets difficult because you may end up with generic HALs which are way too big and bloated to support lots of different functionality. And what really is the best approach there, I'm not sure.
Okay, yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, although on the same mainline kernels on form factor devices, there are Linux distributions which are shipping pretty much completely generic user space on devices across SoC vendors and generations completely, and using the same user space tools where needed. So it seems like having a kernel API which is generic, and yeah, makes that a lot easier rather than having every vendor have their own API for the specific hardware in the kernel.
Definitely agree. It's one of those things that pushing for more generic HALs, I would always a fan of. Neil Gumpo just had a comment in the chat about trying to make Binder and Ashman build as modules so they can be shipped with Fedora. That's interesting. I think there's one concern with that, I think, is that if Binder isn't set up correctly by the system, there can be security risks. I feel like that was something that Greg chased down years ago.
Yeah, not going to happen.
But I think
binder needs at the beginning at boot. It needs to be there at boot. So it's like a security module in a way. It's an IPC. Just build it in. Don't mount it. That's why we made the file system binder FS. So if it isn't there, it's all good. So I mean, that work, the work of those developers was primarily for that, and you can containerize it really nicely. So Ashmem, I want to delete Ashmem. When can I delete it?
I can't delete it until Android gets rid of it. But the reason that I'm trying to turn these into modules is because the Fedora Linux kernel maintainers don't want to ship it as built-ins. They want to ship it as sub-packaged out that can only be installed when Waydroid or Anbox are activated on the system. And I know, but like this is what I'm stuck with at the moment. And Ubuntu did it with their own custom patch, as did a couple of other distributions. So I know it's technically possible. It's just trying to work through it. Yeah.
I've never seen those patches. So
Debian and Ubuntu both have their own version of these patches that branch them out as modules and build them that way so that they can sub-package it out specifically so that it only gets activated when Anbox or Waydroid are installed. They've never sent it upstream.
Yeah, I've never sent it upstream, so I don't even know if that's even possible.
So there's a set of symbols that it uses that there's no way they'll be exported upstream. So it has to be an out-of-tree patch to do that.
Okay. So does Debian export those symbols?
Yep. So does
they
Ubuntu.
Must. Yep. They must.
Well, I don't care about Ubuntu. I care about Debian. I just do what they do if you really care about that. But Ashmem, I'd like to get rid of, but I think we have some.
So I think that
problems in the
our problem there, Greg, is we've got a bunch of apps out in the App Store that reference the original thing directly, and we've got a bunch of things watching it and contacting developers. But the truth is, it's a pretty long tail, and it's going to take a while.
Okay. All right.
Since those applications are legacy in the Play Store, that's not something that would probably affect Fedora, I would guess, and the Waydroid efforts. So they might be able to get away without it.
Yeah.
True. It probably won't even run on there because it won't be x86, right?
I mean, the idea is also ship this for the ARM because we're doing Fedora Mobile now. So like those applications would technically be able to run.
Although those applications, I mean, are you going to be able to get Play Store on there? Is that what you're thinking?
I'm not thinking anything about shipping Play Store, but like it might come up by other people. I'm thinking of the maximum compatibility case because like I don't know how people are going to actually leverage it. I just know that everyone wants to have it for Fedora Mobile Edition.
Yeah, I think it's considered a legacy. Todd can correct me. I believe it's deprecated, so Android applications should not be using it in the future.
Yes, that's correct.
But for existing binaries in the Play Store that they can't get the developers to update the app, they have to preserve it for compatibility in Android. If you're not having the Play Store, you probably can get away without having to support that compatibility because you won't have access to those binaries.
It's maybe worth noting that Manjaro Arm have been advertising on their Twitter recently that they have a Play Store running on Linux mobile devices running Manjaro.
Yeah, and I believe Postmarket OS is also pulling the same trick as well.
They are shipping Waydroid, but they aren't advertising the Google Play Store on it.
Yeah, I don't have nice things to say about this whole mess. That part is for certain. But
what's wrong with building binder in? I mean, is it a problem to just enable it in your kernel and let it be? It shouldn't cause any problems. Nobody uses it.
According to the kernel maintainers, they've been told by upstream that it's unsafe for everything except Android. So like nobody
that's been fixed. That's been fixed. Yeah. So no, that's not an issue anymore.
Okay.
And if it is, we need to know about that. But no, that should be resolved.
Then I will.
That used to be the case a long time ago.
Yeah, I will try talking to the maintainers again and see if we can do this. I'm not optimistic, but I'll try. because I frankly don't want to do any of this. Like, I don't even know what I'm doing here, and I'm just trying to like figure out what to make it work. And I just really want the module available, and I don't want to do the stupid thing that with the forked out versions of Binder and Ashmem that Anbox ships in their snap. I don't want to pull that in, and I just want the mainline code that's actually maintained in the Linux kernel to be usable.
See, Trelloc also has a comment about, I guess, some sort of board. I haven't followed the link there. We find it useful for AOSP support for that kit.
Yeah,
it's kind of
so
high-end,
this
expensive.
Correct. Again, I know if you keep expense around, it's just that I'm just compared to RB3 and RB5. Of course, they might have a kits on top of it, but this is pretty powerful kit actually. But it has a nice mobile like a display, and there's something again we never tried adding it. It's possible to add it. We are upstreaming HDK. I'm sure right now Beyond is doing it, but if there is enough interest, maybe there is a then we can do AOSP as well. Again, it's very costly. That's only downside of it, but otherwise it's very powerful kind of mobile development platform. But again, just maybe we can check on the chat itself.
Look, you're mentioning this in response to what discussion? I've been kind of tuning
No,
in.
I just saw somewhere that okay, is RB3, RB5 even is enough for others to use it for the OSP development, enough for that.
Okay.
Because they may not have a proper display, let's say, assume that, or it's not powerful enough now. Or is it something which is very latest? Because what RB5 is already 3 years old chipset maybe. So yeah.
I'd be very interested in anything which has an actual DSI display panel on it, because that seems to be something that gets no coverage in testing at the minute.
Yeah, so we do have HDK supported upstream. I think Beyond can add maybe in a separate session. He was talking Linaro Connect, I guess. So yeah, we will think about more on the AOSP support. Maybe we talk to Todd, and we are very interested to have this kit. The only thing, of course, few developers I know that outside of Qualcomm and Linaro has these kits and submitting some of the display patches, it seems, in the older kits like HDK. So yeah, sure. I think, and there will be like maybe year over year similar chips kits coming for the next chipset as well. And this might be even more latest than your RB5 iterations of the roadmap. So yeah, anyway, thank you.
We're down to about 3 minutes, so probably gonna finish off if anybody has any last words.
So you mentioned camera stuff. So we're working on a lib camera, upstream lib camera kind of Android that HAL for that as well, but that's not published anywhere. Is this kind of wiki that you're talking about a good place to at least list projects that are underway but not published, so that there's not duplicated effort? It seems like a good.
I think that would be nice, because yeah, it's one of those things where I'm starting to look at the lib camera stuff. Just the other day, I was taking a peek just because that's something we're hoping to enable on the Dragon boards. But yeah, it's being able to collaborate there would be great. So yeah, if we can find a good spot for that, whether it's the GitHub or a separately hosted thing.
Okay.
All right. Well, thanks everybody for contributing, and feel free to send me some email if you have anything follow up. I'll let me see if I can get my email up on the screen here. Yeah. So send me some email if you have any questions or additions or thoughts. I'd appreciate it. And yeah, Servan also pointed out the kernel team at android.com is a good spot if there's any AOSP specific questions.
For people who are
There's
not
one
looking
there
at the
already
chat.
from us, Servana.
Sorry, what, Kevin?
There's one pending in your inbox already from on the Codec 2 HAL stuff.
Okay, but in the past 2 days, I haven't caught up with all the emails.
Yeah, makes sense. It's more targeted at Sandeep, I think, than you, but
Probably, yeah. And just for others who are not seeing the chat or can't see the chat, it's kernel team@android.com. Thank you.
Alrighty. Michelle, you taking over next?
Yes, I'm here. What do I have to do here for the camera? I do not actually have a very structured thing to present, so I think it's really more for questions and what are the next steps. Man, light is terrible.
Was there actually a slide in your presentation that sort of had a summary of sort of like the topics that you want to cover, or not? I mean, just up to you.
I did have slides that were more about the implementation, about what's in the budget. Who do we have in the audience?
I mean, feel free to take a moment and upload that and share it if you think this is appropriate. Otherwise, you're free to proceed as you want. I mean, no obligation. It's above, so it's totally open to whatever format works for you.
Yes. So yeah, my next steps were to upload a version of the patchet that's synced up with upstream, and I do have a few fixes from last time for some configs that didn't work, but really there was very little feedback last time. There was some feedback on the V1 on of that patchet, and there were very little on the V2, and so I'm really not quite sure what the next step should be there. So yeah, timing wise, from my point of view, so the part of SPF that just handles add-on, from my point of view, is stable, and I'm gonna submit a 5.15 version. So I guess there is a chance, but also it needs more. It needs more review boundaries that, like, it needs to get more response than the previous time I posted it.
I see. Okay, it's just that I believe for Android 12, 5.10, I guess Suren is not here, he's on vacation. So maybe Todd can add it. But what we did last year was picked up some SPF patches for Android 12, 5.10, GKI 2.0 based products. And so far worked well. And I guess from the last 1 year, Suren and you folks are working on getting this kind of more better way of doing SPF than what we have. So I was just thinking that, let's say, assuming that 5.15 is the LTS, just I don't know that yet, but say Android 13, 5.15, we would like to have these patches. At least I'm from Qualcomm, this is Trilok, and Vinayak was in our team. So, and we would like to see kind of this being part of at least, even though it's not maybe upstream, again, it's more of Android 13, 5.15, that's kind of next year products, right? And so that's my kind of intention of asking this question. Of course, I think we sent some data as well with Suren onto upstream too. So yeah, and in review, I guess probably if you need from the silicon vendors, let's say maybe we can do that. I can talk to Suren if you think, or any test help you need, maybe that's something I can offer. But yeah,
So
but we are interested to see this here.
I think that would help because really what happened when I posted V2, that was like end of April, and I was switching jobs and I didn't really have a lot of time to push it, and also because there was so little response on that version, and so I really wasn't sure what to do next. So I think, but also there's not been major objections. So I think I need to rethink and get a V15 version out and get people to participate. So yes, I think review from your side and comments about the performance would help a lot.
Yeah, because what will happen is, assuming that we do enter 13.5.15, most likely we'll have to carry these patches for sure, because there is no other way, which is maybe, I'm sure, 20, 30 patches, whatever it is. But for the next year, maybe it becomes very easy, which is maybe Android 14 or whatever it is. And yeah, so, okay. So I'll talk to you on offline. I'll send you an email and see what help you need, and we can test the latest versions or and provide you feedback on Qualcomm SoC.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hey, Matthew.
Hey, I just wanted to ask, I'm sorry, I'm not quite sure how to pronounce it, whether it's Trilock or Trilock. Is it possible to also run some tests against the MapleTree patch set? Because I don't think we've done much in the way of testing Android workloads at this point, and I think that might be very interesting for us.
Sure. So I'll write down my email address. We can talk from there. And I'm happy to test it either on RB5 or even some of, or probably the platform like HDK platform I was just mentioning, something similar, that chipset, which is much better, meaning latest than the RB5. So sure, I understood your question, and we can do that.
Great, thank you.
I know Suren from our team was also doing some testing with the MapleTree stuff. He's gone for a few weeks, but something was in progress at least.
Yeah, I've been working with him.
Hi, so I forgot how much churn will it be if your version would be merged first and then MapleTree later and not the opposite order?
So I do not think they majorly conflict. Last time we had this discussion, I just made a merge of the two. It wasn't very hard. So unless MapleTree scope has increased a lot, which I don't think is the case, it should still be easy. It's yeah.
All right. Any other takers or topics that we want to cover here? Just surveying here the actual chat doesn't. I mean, it seems the conversation is sort of parallel to what's going on here. So I'm more than happy to let you sort of have the next 10 minutes if some people want to bring up topics. But at the same time, sort of since there's a bit of a silence here, let me sort of just also mention that we have a sort of an open session or an open slot right after this one. So if you are thinking about something that has not been yet discussed within the context of the topics Michelle was bringing, or anything else, now would be a good time to sort of think about that, so we can table it for later on. And with that, I'll yield back to Michelle for the rest of the time.
I'm just waiting for questions. I really don't have much more to say other than answering any questions.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, if anybody has any questions for Michelle, please go ahead. Otherwise, again, I encourage other people to sort of jump in if they have something sort of to add or to another topic they want to talk about. Now is a good time as well.
Look, I see in the chat you were asking about removing trace hooks from the GKI. That sounds like an interesting topic. Do you want to ask the question?
Yes. So I know Todd talked about it, and maybe he did. Maybe again, it's very something I'm saying. Which is saving our silicon vendors for doing a lot of our vendor-specific work right now. GKI 2.0. It's basically a big savior for us, but at the same time, it's a 300 trace hooks, and at least for the next 1 year, I'm not saying it's going to die down. Also, it's not going to double also. I know that. So 300 maybe goes to 310 or 20, I guess, max, based on the technology, how it grows, assuming, and maybe assume that we have many vendors. But at the same time, even though you do, let's say, 24, a lot of upstreaming, the vendor has no plans to, or maybe have some plan, but not entire plan actually, to upstream everything vendor drivers, right? We, of course, are upstreaming some of the generic code, but some of the, let's say, give me an example, like Vault Scheduler, we will not upstream because I don't think will be a chance, for example. And that may be contributing around 50 or 60 trace hooks today, combining restricted and regular hooks and everything. So the story will look like in 2-3 years is that we will still have a 300 to, let's say, 200 trace hooks, even though with all of that work, good work at upstream, be living in the GKI kernel. And there is no path to upstream those hooks. And at the same time, whatever we do, we know that from last 10 years now, that we cannot upstream everything of vendor drivers. It's simply, I think, it's a good wish list, but it's not possible. So that's my thought, that can we have something which we can upstream adopt so that we do not carry this in Android mainline as well.
So I'm not sure I understand the question. So at one level, the question is, are we still going to have vendor hooks, or how aggressive are we at getting rid of them? And my answer is that we're not going to be more aggressive than what vendors can deal with. So my answer, for example, for your Walt example is, I think we've had this ongoing discussion now for a couple of years of whether we really continue to need Walt. I think you've made a good case that we still do, though Pelt is continuing to get better. And so for the hooks associated with Walt, I think the deprecation path would be that you decide that you don't need it anymore because Pelt is now sufficient. And I think that's the general approach for the hooks, is as things evolve and we continue to work together, some of those things are no longer needed, and so they can be removed. I'm not sure I understood your actual question. Is that?
Yeah, no, that's true. Even though we pick one subsystem and move to the upstream one, there will be still something new coming up based on the research.
Yeah, I think that's true. However, I think it's been a very rapid increase in the last year, and I expect also in the next year there'll be quite a bit of increase. I think we're going to get to kind of a steady state though, and start to work. I think the rate of deprecation and refactoring whatever is going to surpass the incoming rate at some point, and we start to see it go down. That's the main point. Is right now we're in basically the mode we've been in now is we need to help all vendors and OEMs get their value adds that they need in. And now it's going to, and then in a year or two, we're going to be doing a lot of, okay, how do we tune this up? Are there alternatives upstream that we can suggest and work with vendors to adopt? So I think the rapid increase days are not gone yet, but by next year probably are. And then we're working more on reducing them. But this isn't going to be, it's not like a mandate that we're going to start removing things. It's always going to be working with you and your team and the other partners.
Right. No, sure. It's just that I know ABAPF may not be something matching again, but yeah, you're right saying that it will not become 300 to 400. I'm not also expecting that. It will probably go a little bit, few percentage up and then reduce.
Yeah, I mean, there's quite a few in there that are to deal with KMI workarounds where things couldn't be changed. So I'd say there's probably 15 or 20 in there right now that just won't make the trip to next year's release, maybe more. So anyway, I think it's something we just need to see. And, as we have been, we're going to continue to be looking at how we can do this with what is upstream, how we can contribute upstream, but where we can't, either because of, timing and schedule issues, or because it isn't something that can be done upstream, we'll continue to have the vendor hooks and so on and do what we're doing. So there is no big change coming. It's more of a prediction of how things are going to play out.
Right. Okay. Maybe something to have a graph over a time, maybe in a couple of years, that where we are trending every year in this conference.
Exactly. Yeah.
And if it doesn't trend down with whatever reasons in the industry, if something changing rapidly, we can probably need to take action on going in the right direction. Okay.
Yep.
So we do have an open slot at this point, scheduled to run up to the top of the hour. So you're free to take this time to discuss whatever topics are of interest to you. This is you're sort of last chance before next year's LPC to get everybody in the same room here. So if there is something that you think is worth getting people's opinions on it, I think now is a good time.
If it's really so quiet, I might try to ask some questions. So one thing I was wondering is that the efforts for the DMA buff heaps, so we've kind of gotten halfway but then stuck a bit, and I was curious if there is any way that people see that I could improve getting vendor participation, because I feel like we're kind of hit this little blocking point where we need upstream users for any new additions, but the vendors so far have not been upstreaming that, or any users of heaps that they might want to add. And I really haven't seen too many heaps. There's a couple heaps early on that got submitted, but I haven't seen much else. So I'm kind of curious for, if folks have any thoughts on how to, help get us unblocked and unlocked there.
I know we are talking internally with Ridhya. So it's okay. I mean, you can skip the Qualcomm part of here. It's silly, but just that if you can spell out, okay, reference of, let's say, Qualcomm code, this is what we need, would be easier for us. Of course, we can always talk offline with the Ridhya and team and you, but that will help me to decide. The reason is that if you're saying, for example, the clients, in terms of the client multimedia driver, for example, you also need, in order to end-to-end test it at the upstream hardware, then I need to get a complete picture in order to understand what PCs needs to be upstreamed. At least I'm just talking about kernel space. Okay, so I don't know about the user space, but yeah.
So, for example, we do have with the RB3 and RB5 devices, got the open graphics stack, all of these things sort of set up. So ideally we need to be able to demonstrate benefit to that open stack with whatever heap changes we propose. And so far I have not been able to show much benefit for things like the uncached heap in the context on the RB3. And I think this is because the GPU, I believe, is coherent, and so whether or not it's uncached doesn't actually benefit. So trying to find use cases and paths through the device where we would see benefit for things like the uncached heap would be extremely helpful. And if that means that, we need to tie in the V4L2 as part of that pipeline in order to show that benefit, that may be a good way to go. But to some extent, some guidance on where these features that have been requested, actually, I guess, provide the benefit that are, would justify including them.
Okay, so yeah, I understood, and I'll come back to you. Maybe we can meet with our LCG group and with you, and
okay.
So
and,
yeah, no, there's been an email recently from Google to kind of helping see what we can do here as well. So point taken. I think I just need to stitch it with the client drivers and what is there, let's say with RB5 at upstream in terms of client driver and to demonstrate, right? So
okay.
I see your point. Okay.
Yeah, and I mean, and it's not particularly a Qualcomm specific thing. This interface is supposed to be generic across all platforms, and so we need to have more than just one vendor participating. And that's one of the things that I've just kind of run into a little bit of a bottleneck with is, we got the interface in, and then I just, there's a couple early heaps that were submitted and without any upstream users. And then we've kind of just hit this sort of blocked spot where there's not really much conversation going on. So anything I can do to stir that up, I'd appreciate it.
One other point I want to kind of bring up, Frank, this is about default asynchronous probing experiment that we did on hardware. Frank had asked a question about asynchronous probing versus parallel module loading. It was just a chance that asynchronous probing was working and not hitting the same issues as parallelized module loading, which is a timing. It was a matter of timing that we didn't see it. And one additional detail I wanted to kind of bring up is we did about 100, or it was either 100 or 500, I forgot the number, but we did 100 or 500 reboot tests. And each one of them, we would make sure when the boot was done, all the devices had probed successfully. And so the asynchronous probing that succeeded for at least 100 reboots, whereas the parallelized module loading didn't. And even in the cases where it within code succeeded, it wasn't a fully functional device. Just wanted to throw in that additional detail. That's all.
All right, sounds like we're not getting any more takers. I don't know if it's worth giving everybody their 8 minutes back.
Yeah, we could do that. I mean, for sure. If so, kind of a last call here for discussion items for this Android buff. If you have anything on your mind, now would be the good time. Since we're sort of thinking of signing off, if that is what we decide to do, I just want to sort of thank everybody for participating, both at the microconference and in this BOF. I think there were quite a few interesting things, and I also think there are some discussion topics that probably need a bit more sort of work, either ensuing from the present conversations in this BOF, or because the feedback was sort of possibly insufficient. I mean, there are some opportunities, I think, where some more community input would have been even more beneficial, but hopefully those can sort of be resolved over time. So again, if you have anything to discuss, now would be a good time. Otherwise, we will be signing off, and we'll meet again next year. There will be a need for some sort of writing of a recap of the things that have been discussed. So for those especially that have done a lot of live decision making, or brainstorming or exchanging of ideas during this BOF, especially, I would encourage you to sort of take notes of that, so we can sort of communicate this broadly to the rest of the community. Of course, it has a documentation side effect, but it also is of interest for the promotion of Linux Plumbers itself, which depends on effectively having key personnel sort of show up and participate, whose time itself is justified by effectively the benefit that the participating companies see in their staff sort of showing up, which is the documentation is a proof of that. So yeah, on behalf of the rest of the community here, so Todd, John, Rick, Sumit, and Amit, I would like to thank you all. And unless anybody else has anything to add, we will sign off, and then see you again in next year. Hopefully
Thanks so much,
that
everyone,
time.
for joining.
Yeah, sorry, John, you were going. I was just going to say, hopefully next year is in person. Go ahead, John. It's all yours.
Oh, I was just saying thanks so much for attending, everyone. It's been great.
Same here. Thanks for attending. Useful input and feedback. This is a very productive use of my time. Question, Karam, the notes, I know in the past you've done some kind of Excel spreadsheet. Is that what's going to happen this time, or how do you want us to share the notes with you? Tell us later, I guess.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, if you can sort of, if you want to write a document in whatever format works for you, and then just send us back a link, that would already be a good starting point. I don't want to sort of force everybody to sort of go for a specific format, but if we do end up with a spreadsheet, then sort of we'll send you a link to sort of provide a summary of your document. But I think the first step would be sort of just to have a summary document which works for you, and then sort of have us give us a link to that so we can use that for future reference.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay. Well, that's all for my side. I will be turning my webcam off and mic off. And thank you all, and see you again either in another conference or at the next Linux Plumbers. So for reference, as Guy's pointing out in the chat, the closing keynote is going to be at the top of the hour in a few minutes, and the link is in the chat.